Hello, hello. Just getting the YouTube stream up here, and then we're good to go. I also would like some music. Otherwise, I hear my own thoughts, and I don't like that. In the top left, you do have Rainer, and in the bottom right, it is Gyarados. So, I believe, I'm pretty sure that Rainer is playing random, and he rolled into Terran. He was playing some Protoss in his last series, and just seems to be either playing random and not getting Zerg coincidentally, or he's choosing his race, and he's choosing just the other races to have some fun. And, you know, mirror matchups tend to be the least liked amongst basically everyone. So there's outliers. People are going to come and be like, no, I love TVT, I win it so much. Yeah, if you win it all the time, you're bound to like it. But if it's just a regular old 50% win record, meh, a lot of the time. Although I was kind of looking to a ZVZ just because I think Zerg seems to be the race that is... Not that it's changed the most. I haven't actually counted the amount of changes that Patches mod gives. But the changes that seem to actually kind of directly coincide with a typical Zerg play, as in you kind of get to see, like at every stage of Zerg, kind of what could be different with the Patches mod. Whereas for the Terran, what I, in my opinion, kind of discovered last week was that it doesn't really feel like it's been upgraded so much or changed all that much, even though it also does have changes. Little 2-racks opener from Rainer, not proxied, is a little surprising to see. I mean, usually if you do this, you do a forward barracks, but whatever. Concept is still the same, which is that this early aggression, it might get out of control. Very unlikely to with 2 barracks, and woo, that was dangerous. There is a thing that Gyarados could do, unless they've changed. Patches does update his mod very frequently. So we need to actually bring out the Google Doc again. These queens could actually turn into a different unit. I don't see it on their abilities tab right now, but maybe that's because it just doesn't show up with how the UI works. Like I said, the Reapers really shouldn't be winning the game, and they're definitely not. Although we have got up to 6 Reapers, so it could be that Rainer thinks that there's a chance. Having killed 2 queens already, leaving only 1, that's easy killings, and the speed is still not quite done. More so right now, there's not enough lings. Larva is a bit different in this patch, and, well, it doesn't usually win the game, but in this case, this 2 racks Reaper, now a 3rd racks, does kind of look like it will. Looks like Rainer was too wary of the speed timing. Because speed's definitely done, but then I was like, I don't know if that's enough lings, man. Turns out, finally, some more lings did pop, so this does look like enough, unless we get some fancy footwork, which, yeah, Rainer doesn't actually get to the appropriate ledge to abuse, so this is how it should look, but, you know, the fact that there were 2 queens killed and 7 drones, oh, good God. Yeah, I mean, that's obviously good damage. That is more than you're hoping for. If you went for just 5 Reapers, now we did go up to even more, and we're going to even more, but there is a reason. Rainer is going to try and experiment with the new Reaper upgrade as well. Let me get to the Reaper, because I don't remember exactly what the thing does. So the Reaper goes back to its old build time, as we see Lings try and get a wrap around. I just don't think it's going to happen. As long as the Reapers don't get surrounded. As long as the Reapers don't get surrounded. As long as they do not get surrounded... Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo. Then we're good. And actually, it did backfire a little bit. Great SCV pull towards the end to help Rainer out. So that was a good scout. Gyarados should be able to tell that Reapers are still being made. He might not really believe it. He might think, oh, he's making it because he can't build anything else that's useful. If he started building Marines, maybe there wouldn't be enough to help. And if that's the case, he'd be misreading, right? Like, he does need to figure out that this is actually just mass Reaper with their upgrade on the way, which I'm really trying to get to quickly as we watch the Reapers once again engage. They're also getting the +1 attack, and they shoot twice. So +1 attack actually benefits Reapers really, really well. So enhanced munitions grants Reapers a powerful, that's right, it basically is on their old grenade, anti-structure attack, and increases their gun damage to bonus, adds 3 damage times 2, because again, they shoot twice. So adding 3 damage to just their gun Adding 6, let's just call it 6, right? Like adding 6 to just their gun, and then also giving it the anti-structure ability, so spines don't help out as much. That does make them really scary against the defense that we currently see set up here for Gyarados, which actually is just Lings. You know, if Roach has made an appearance, then we're not as worried, but these Lings are going to absolutely need a surround to actually win out. We do see the Swarm Queen has been made, and she's a little bit better than a regular Queen. But I think she's, like, what is she, slower off of creep or something like that? But it is a little bit better than a regular Queen. Good enough against the amount of Reapers? Obviously not. 15 Reapers, 6 more damage on those Reapers. They still have their grenade as well to do a little crowd control, or again, even go after the hatchery. Like, this is the amount of Reapers. We're about to see, well, I don't know if we're about to, Rainer has left, but we could have seen some serious Wings of Liberty flashback. Like, Reapers in that number on top of a hatchery with old grenade, old grenade, like literally the first grenade, would have killed it. I feel like in 2 shots. Like, it was insane how much damage it did. All you gotta do is play like the Wings of Liberty campaign and have like any amount of Reapers show up when you're not paying attention, and you'd be shocked at how quickly your buildings would die. Going Dutch, thank you for the 66 months. So if you do want to go and see what all the changes are about on Patch's mod, you have to, well, use the bracket link. I didn't actually update that bracket link, to be fair, but the bracket still would have a link to the Google document, and you could see. Now, we also want to check if there was any changes recently. August 17th, there is literally a change, so today. Fix Stalker Tachyon emitters. Right, so there was a bug fix. And yesterday, Korean localization was added. That's nice. More bug fixes. 3 days ago, we did have actual balance changes. The Cyclone got buffed. Now has turret tracking as well. Basically got buffed in a lot of ways. Lock-on was nerfed, but other ways it got powered. And then we got a conduit pylon, which I don't know what that does. I think that was like added. We'll get to that when we get to Protoss, I suppose. But that cost was increased. Recall buffed. Dark Templar build time buffed. Some kind of hot fixes. There are still more changes since... Okay, so last week was the 10th. So there was also updates on the 10th and the 12th. And a lot of changes on the 12th as well. So the patch is actually pretty much drastically changed. What hasn't changed is the fact that Rainer is in the lead. These Reapers have really caused some trouble. And even winning out in that engagement, even without the Marines showing up, those Reapers were still healthy enough to really tackle like half or more of those Lings. That's a little concerning. Whoopsie-daisy. Does at the cancel a command center, which is back up the 400 minerals on this patch, guys. But that's not a big deal. Got another 5th on the way. 4th already established. Gyarados just clearly struggling to get into a good position after the haphazard first 7 minutes of this game. It's got up 71 drones, which sounds like, you know, that's good enough if you're struggling. Maybe you can work with that number. Well, Rainer has 95 SCVs, which is actually probably too many. Not yet. It will soon be too many, which is why you would need to get a 5th up, as eventually the resources are going to deplete. But a little, what do you want to call it? Terran Zerg, 96 SCVs. Good lord! I do not know what this upgrade is. It's coming off the factory. Don't see what it is here. Let's see. Terran. Added ability to directly impact more. Yeah, no, that's what I'm looking for. So you have to find a thing that it affects, and I don't know what it affects. I think there is a tank modification. There's automated retraction, which allows them to be picked up, but they're not tank evac. It's Crucio Dampener. Okay. So Crucio Dampener is a tank upgrade. Siege tank friendly fire damage to bio and light is reduced by 75%. So it really does very, very little in terms of friendly fire. Then we have a Roachworn upgrade. New upgrade, bifurcated incubation, I guess is what that is. It requires a hive. Oh, he has a hive. 200, reduces supply. Oh, it's that one. Oh my god. Okay, so roaches are about to become 1 supply. Well, back to the Wings of Liberty days. But the idea is still, like, I don't really mind it, even though that sounds really absurd. Obviously, if they start off as 1 supply, that is absurd, and that's why I didn't even get past beta, actually. But later in the game, as the Terran approaches 3-3, the idea is that you want to make roaches viable, when, you know, typically they really wouldn't be. Maybe some of them would turn into Ravagers that you would try and keep alive for an extended period of time, but especially if this is not some type of extended roach all-in where you're kind of forced to be on roaches for a long time, you really don't want to be making roaches. Now, if they're 1 supply, you have twice as many, maybe roaches still do work? They still, I would say, aren't the best units against 3-3 bio with upgraded tanks, as I feel like the critical mass still goes the way of the bio, you know, even though there's double the amount of roaches. But we'll see. We have no idea what that's really going to look like. Infestation Pit also grabbing a new upgrade. I feel like we're seeing more new upgrades used in this game than any other Terran game we saw before, which is awesome. Happy to see it. It's cool of Rainer to try and make the Reapers work. And that is on the Infestation Pit. So I guess for either for the Swarm Host or for the Infestors. I'm gonna guess it's for the Infestors. Swarm Hosts don't seem like a play right now. Although you got more supply to build them. New ability, Incubate Infested. So that might be the Infested upgrade. So now instead of just popping out Infested Terrans like they used to with energy, now they store an Infested Terran and then they launch them. And they got 4, they're like a medevac. They got 4 storage spaces. I'm guessing that's what that is. I know, I recognize this one at the very least. Some of these upgrades I recognize. This is the fire suppression, which I think is actually a very fun upgrade. You no longer have the building armor or neo-steel frames. Rather, instead, you do get little robots that come down and extinguish the fires. That is triple Nidus Worm, ladies and gents. Triple Nidus Worm, totally unnoticed as well. Rainer also very near supply capped, means he's not really getting a lot popping out. And we have double the amount of roaches, alongside a handful of banelings. The marine drops are getting torn up right now. 3-3 versus 3-1, but the roach numbers are just too good, I guess. And the barracks are all going down here. Fire suppression not going to be helpful right now. I don't know what this upgrade is, but clearly it's something helpful with the armor. And the drop is really trying to do what it can't, which is equalize this damage. This is so much chaos. Rainer forced to give up these very strong positions he was holding with tanks. He's like looking around, probably trying to figure out where the hell his army is. And he's trying to get it back into the main base, but it's really, really late. I mean, I'm also asking, where is his army? He did reduce the SCD count down to 70, which is a lot more reasonable. But I don't see how he has 87 army supply. Where the hell is it? Some Liberators also showing up. Medevacs that have nothing to heal on the ground. Finally, this will be cleaned out, but so many barracks died. The extra factories died. The extra starports died. I mean, one thing I'll say is that Rainer still has a wonderful economy. He should be rebuilding the barracks as I'm talking. Fortunately, he still has a second factory, because he really needs to get back up in supply. Gyarados just using the swarm to start to pull them in different directions. Again, these buildings don't have that extra armor or extra range they usually would. So even saying that, like, they probably still would die to cracklings and whatever the hell that upgrade in the evolution chamber was. But yeah, absolutely take advantage of the fact that they're a little less good at turtling if you get triple Nidus into the main base. I'm looking for the evolution chamber quickly, as this Nidus Swarm is taken care of. Okay, so it's not something that shows up in the evolution chamber, and I didn't catch what the upgrade was either, so damn. I think this is the Roachwarren Ravager upgrade. Reduces the land delay for corrosive biles, so they shoot up and then they shoot down way faster, basically. But I don't know what that armor upgrade was. It looked like armor, right? And it was on the evolution chamber, so if someone wants to try and figure that out, please, because I have no idea. I can only assume that it affected the roach, but I don't know how. Okay, so this is that, and then we also have whatever this is. There's so many new upgrades on the evolution chamber. What the? What is this? What is all this? Okay, so some of these might have been the broodmother upgrades. There's subdermal creep follicles and osteoderm reformation. Raynor trying to push out. Does have a much bigger army supply. Gyarados at 100, I thought was already a good number of drones. You know, a little too many. Now we're at 127. Good lord, that is too many drones. That is more drones than I've seen made in wildly different games. These Ravagers look chonkier, right? Like, one of these upgrades must have gone to them. I have no idea. If it is for the brood mothers, I don't even really see a lot of brood mothers out. Or swarm queens, whatever. Swarm queens that passively generate creep as it walks. That could be that one. And another one was increase swarm queen armor by 2. This tank upgrade, I'm going to assume, is the one where they can be picked up by medevacs. But if you pick them up on a medevac, they unsiege. So that's why they're not really tank vacs. Kind of like halfway to tank vacs. But this army supply discrepancy is a real problem because we're not talking about high quality units for Gyarados. He's really still sticking with that swarm mentality, but you can't swarm anyone when you're at half the army supply. Nidusworm's being taken care of just by a little squad in the exact place it was last found. Making life a bit easy there for Raynor. This upgrade, I think, is a Widowmine upgrade by the looks of it. Not that we have a lot, so I'm wondering if I'm okay with a couple Widowmines. I think Gyarados just has way too many drones. Thing is, even if he was going into Ultras, this is still a incredible supply difference. And it's not like Raynor is down on a concerningly low number of SCVs himself. And that's why his army supply is so big. I don't know. Ultralisk get a new upgrade, makes them a bit better, which is good news, because the Ultras need to be pretty damn good to help out in this situation. Raynor just slow and steady, pushing across the map, denying bases. Gyarados is trying to replace them, which he'll absolutely need to do, because he needs to put these drones somewhere. Overlord drops, headed to the main base. They got, like, Mohawks, man. Look how cool they look. Oh, Shredder missiles. This is going to make the Widowmines actually reduce armor. More so thought about, like, as an anti-Protoss measure, but, you know, for Ultras, Roaches, definitely helpful. A lot of cracklings end up in the main base to cause problems, and this might not be enough bio. Almost certainly not. The Ultra upgrade, by the way, optimized bioaccumulation, evolves the Ultra to heal for 10% of all damage dealt. So if not dealing damage, they're still easy to take care of, but if they are, then they're going to last forever. Snipe's still very useful against basically any great late-game unit. Ghosts are still going to be one of the core ways for Terrans to play into the late game. I just don't see that changing, even with the drastic changes that have been made in this patch. One of the changes that I haven't talked about is the Zerg larva change. So hatcheries now, they cap, all larva caps at a way lower count than it used to. So like from 20 to 10 or something like that. So you can't stockpile larva like you used to. This would actually have been a wonderful catch, but it looks like Gyarados doesn't even recognize. There we go, now catching all those tanks. And then as you upgrade to Lair and Hive, the larva rate increases as well as I think their stockpile stays the same. Something like that. But the idea is that you're not going to be able to bank as much as in late game scenarios. So you're not going to have as powerful of, okay, we both traded basically evenly, so I'm going to max instantly and no one else can match my max. which has been a bit, you know, it's always been a bit of a design issue. You know, balance-wise, it's been compensated basically by Ghost, at least in this matchup. But it's always been kind of one of the issues of macro mechanics as the late game goes on. That the Zergs being able to rather easily, let's say, remax. If it's a game where they got to like 6,000, 6,000, and this is kind of that game. And then they can also tech swap, which has always been concerning. They don't do it as much anymore, unless we're on Patch's mod, which I think made Broodlords a bit better, and Ghosts a little bit worse. But the point is, they could have tech swap back when like Ultras and Broodlords are both very viable, or even just tech swap back to like low-quality units. And if the Terran had to have more hardcore, less catch-all responses, then they would die. So the Ghost is still kind of a catch-all for the late game. Oh, this is annoying. Tank does not get vision back there. I need to build a supply depot next time if you want to take care of that. And these Ling run-bys and drops and Nidus Worms will not stop. I think we're kind of seeing why Ultras aren't necessarily all that much better. Oh, and Broodlords as well. Not that there was that many Broodlords. Need to be protected, and the army just very late to it. But the Ultras, their upgrade, their additional upgrade besides the kiteness, it only really works if they're attacking. If they're on top of the army and they're melee units. So, of course that'll happen eventually. And if it ever, you know, if a round ever happens, it'll just ensure that the Zerg wins. But other than those scenarios, the Ultras aren't actually looking any better as they try and jump on top of a Terran who's actually prepared. A couple more upgrades are on the way, good lord. Okay, so Banelings gotta change, and then again, the Infestation Pit. I don't think that's Incubate infested. Baneling catalyzed morphogenesis. There we go. Reduces the Baneling's morph time 50% and increases life regeneration by 500. I don't know how useful that's going to be in this game, actually. And then the Infestation Pit upgrade requires a lair. Okay, so that's not to do anything with the Swarm Queens. I'm guessing he's not bothering to get the Swarm Host upgrades. Tissue Preservation. What in the hell is that? So that's for the Infested Terran. Good old Control F. And it increases the Infested Terran's health by 5 and evolves them to last twice as long while burrowed. This might just be one of those moments where they're more so just getting every upgrade that they possibly can, because they're both still pretty rich, rather than actually intending to use said upgrade. At the end of the day, I'm still pretty sure Raynor is going to win this, but the way that they're currently playing, I suppose, you know, if Gyarados gets a little bit more of the 1, 2, 3 punches, Nidus Worms in the main, Lings on top of this base, Lings on top of this stuff here, well, then I start feeling better for Gyarados. But unfortunately, Gyarados is he's actually kind of playing Raynor's game, which is just trying to go head-to-head with the army and where it's positioned. It looked like it worked out there, but did it really? Gyarados still had half the supply of his opponents, just doesn't know what to use for his larva, which he has. You do still bank some larva. And you know, in the live version, just be, 90 larva instead of 47. Yeah, I think he's just kind of thinking that the options are running out. I can't explain it otherwise. He's got supply and gas, and then maybe waiting for the Corruptors. So he's gonna go mass Broodlords. I don't think Broodlords have gotten all that much better, or Ghosts all that much worse. The Ghosts have had some, I feel like light changes. Broodlings are better. They're no longer timed. They just lose health. I don't really know how that makes them better. And then Broodlords are better versus structures. But Broodlords have not really gotten all that much better versus Terran armies. Yeah, they got a little bit more life, but then they lose life rather than having a set time. I don't know. I don't know IDK about this one. I'm not saying I'd be doing better in the situation than Gyarados, by the way. I feel like I can see into the future a little bit and figure that this army will be deleted. Even if it isn't, I don't know if Gyarados can deal enough damage beyond winning a fight. I feel like Mass Ling Roach actually would have been a more hectic way of playing for Gyarados, who would have needed like a lot of extra hatcheries to constantly reinforce with that type of army. But then it also would have been very hectic for Raynor. This feels like it just kind of, as I said before, plays into what Raynor's going for, which has worked in the past. There have been a lot of late-game stalemates, Terran versus Zerg. But I feel like even without considering all of the patchet changes for this patch's mod, I feel like Terran was kind of winning that super late-game scenario. But particularly if they had, for instance, consistently double army supply. We finally have an even army supply after 27 minutes. But consistently double the army supply. Consistently more bank. Absurd mineral bank right here. And it is the patches mod, which I actually feel like probably... I'm just guessing here, but I think benefits the Terran in this type of scenario. Particularly when players don't have a lot of practice on the patches mod. There could be something that patches intended to include here. And he's watching this and he's like, oh, why don't you just go this thing that I gave you? That Gyarados just wouldn't know is like really excellent addition. I have no idea. But this is looking pretty close to just an old-fashioned TVZ late game. As I said, I believe the ghosts are a little worse, but then the tanks, for instance, no longer do as much friendly fire, so the broodlings aren't as effective in that way. And, again, I don't know. I don't know if this, like, not timed life thing is more of a patch or a nerf. But anyway, the ghosts still do a decent job against the Brood Lords, and we're missing the critical fungals. They're actually just a very not mobile composition, which Raynor's taking a little bit of advantage of. Usually you would see Thor Hellbat come out as more of an answer, and that's what Raynor is going into. And I think that'll be a kind of a nail in the coffin. But the ghosts are doing a fine job. That's a good fungal, finally, but then the broodlings, actually, their health expires, I guess is what you say. So I'm looking at this as a nerf currently, just watching that particular dynamic happen. I feel like if they were timed, they would not have died, right? But maybe other scenarios it's better. Almost like a pseudo-base trade going on here. That was the hive that just went down, so no more vipers. And if there's more tech structures to fall, then that's also a problem. These ghosts are just being awfully courageous. I feel like I've never seen a pack of ghosts be able to move around as much as them. That is 24 Broodlords. Good God. I mean, if these ghosts die, it is not quite game over, but that is the time for Gyarados to start winning. Resources are mining out in every single base. We got some long distance mining happening, although it's plenty of resources, random scenes, and move bases. Lair being rebuilt pretty quickly, so a hive will come back online, but to what end? Well, that's the Scrango Bango. I feel like everything I think of, timed broodlings was superior. This seems to be a nerf, and maybe even a really heavy nerf. Because the Broodlords weren't given anything in return. The Broodlings have a little bit more health to compensate for the fact that their life decays. But then the Broodlords have only gotten better versus structures. Infestors haven't really gotten better to help them. I don't believe like the fungals change that much. Infested Terrans aren't that helpful here. The Ultras, as I've been saying, they're not really helpful if they're not better than their previous live version. Unless they actually touch something, and they're not allowed to touch anything right now. But when they do, hey, wait a second. Nope, just kidding. That's way too much to go into. Gyarados probably making a wise choice there, but that means that he's not going to get to, again, really use these Ultras. Cyclone Edition, it's kind of funny. I mean, that can be an option. I know, I'm guessing Rainer as a Zerg has actually encountered a couple of silly games where a late-game Cyclone Edition has been annoying. So it might seem kind of a weird thing to invest into. But one, Rainer is still rich as fuck. And then two, it can be helpful to include Cyclones at sometimes. I don't think he has to right now. That's a lot of Thors. That was a lot of Ghosts. The Broodlords are, well, okay. Yeah, that was a pretty big... That was still going to be a loss, but the Ultras were lasting a very long time. That heal was kicking in. Because they were finally touching something. After 30 minutes, Rainer wins a game that I would argue he was pretty hardcore winning from minute 4, 5. But you know, it's hard to end a game as a Terran player. In a new patch that you don't have all the practice in the world on. No, there's not really a crazy buff. The Cyclones themselves got buffed. The lock-on got a little nerfed. I think there might have been another change to the Cyclone. They get a Hurricane Engine, increased Cyclone movement speed. So the Cyclone had become very mobile. A little more anti-armor focused. But yeah. They would still, it might still seem like an odd choice against super late game compositions, but there's been games for sure where the addition of, let's say, 10 Cyclones has gone on a little, killing spree of bases, have been helpful against that composition. As helpful as Thor Hellbat Ghost. Liberator? I mean, I feel like that's the perfect composition. But let's say that they both butted heads and it was a complete wipe. Sometimes the Cyclone Hellion Remax is a little better. Hello. Do they outrun everything but Lings? I don't know. I do not know all of the movement speed of every unit. Especially because these, a lot of things have changed. I am a little curious as to why it seems the Broodlord just got nerfed. I know it got buffed versus structures, but... So the Ghost, its natural predator, had its snipe leash range reduced and its damage reduced to non-psionic units. It's no longer light, but the snipe costs less. It's less speedy. It has less life. And its overall weapon damage was decreased, but then it gets a better versus light. So the Ghost has been changed to a more vulnerable, less my basic stuff counters everything, I guess. Well. How to say, it's more vulnerable, but it does less snipe damage. It can cast more snipes, like I'm thinking in the context of that super late game, I just don't see how this really changed, moved the needle against late game Zerg. You know, I still feel like when you look at Broodlords, you still kind of just go, all right, yeah, I guess you're an option. Okay, like, sure, I'll make you Broodlords for sure. And then when you make Broodlords, it's really more of like, well, I have no other ideas. And that feels like that's been a trend. Not that every Zerg plays over with Broodlords dies, or that it's always the most terrible decision you've ever seen. Like, clearly we've seen late game TVZ where Broodlords look fine, but they don't hold the same oomph. And then, I mean, you'd have to basically go over the last 15 years of StarCraft to kind of explain why it changed the dynamics of late game. How Blizzard has changed, you know, patched things out and whatnot to consider the whole Broodlords versus Ghost. Broodlords versus Ghost. But anyway, it is a big problem to tackle, I suppose. The idea of the Broodlord not being particularly fun, not being good, but then making it too good just makes it still a boring but powerful unit, which is also not great. To try and get rid of the Ghost being that late game counter necessity also is a big thing to handle. So I'm not saying that Patches is trying and failing. But I do wonder if, more so hoping that some of the other changes in the game would lead us to less scenarios like we just saw. And then letting that dynamic stay the same, because hopefully we get there less. Might be more so the goal. Well, that certainly wasn't hit last game. Even though, again, I feel like Raynor should have won a lot earlier. The Ling Roach max out with triple Nidus Worm did hit Raynor as he was comfortable and as maybe he was, you know, tightening the noose, and I suppose that elongated the game by quite a lot. Made Raynor nervous to move out and all that. See if the same thing happens here. I feel like Raynor, as soon as we hit that kind of 4 to 5 command center time, might be a little more on guard against the Nidus Worms. A little triple CC. Almost completely glassless. You got one here. Very familiar build, isn't it? The Broodlords didn't get nerfed. Well, the Broodlings basically got nerfed, is what we're talking about right now. Right now, I would say that, you know, in the live version, Ghosts beat Broodlords, right? And not in the literal sense, where if they get snipes, of course they beat them. But in the kind of overall composition sense, where Zergs are like, Broodlords aren't that helpful. You know, you obviously need like a big fungal to really help you. And I don't think that's actually changed in this patch. Ghosts have been a little nerfed, but then Broodlords still aren't the best and haven't gotten any buffs, and their Broodlings have actually gotten a nerf. Banshee speed is on the way. Banshees do have an additional upgrade. I think the Fusion Core unlocks it, where it'll turn their attack into an AoE. And we could see that played around with, especially if Raynor's going to go into mech. If he is, we're going to need all the gases ASAP, and we're currently only getting up to 3, so... I don't know if he is. Pretty typical stuff here from Gyarados. I mean, getting +1 Carapace this fast can be helpful, but, you know, getting the Lair is certainly going to be helpful against Banshees, which we don't know is on the way, but is on the way. I am concerned by how much we're not getting a drone here. Evolution Chamber canceled, I think that was. And then a Baneliness is on the way. It is going to be mech. Here comes the 4th gas now. I was like, this barrack's not getting stim started. It's starting to get concerning, but yeah. It is mech. We can get our 5th and 6th gases up really quickly. I wouldn't be surprised to see the investment of the AoE. We're getting the speed first into Cloak. And perhaps the AoE. And what does Gyarados really have against this? Well, an even worse economy than when I said his economy wasn't getting up enough. We've lost drones since then. Main base actually weirdly not saturated. It just looks bad all around, every which way I look. Raynor has out-macroed his opponent, and this Hellion pressure never truly taken care of. And now they're going to turn into Hellbats. Oh, God. And the Hellbats have gotten a buff. Like, straight up, Hellbats have been buffed. They're buffed, I think, we're more so trying to make them viable to versus Protoss, but they're just straight buffed versus Zerg. They're more microable. Their damage point is better. Their speed overall, I think, is better. And then, I don't think the damage has been touched so much unless you have shields. But still, making them more microable is actually a big buff. So that hatchery went down. Now, that's far more because Gyarados was already having a lot more trouble and was too dependent on Lings for too long. But, yeah, it's still bad signs. Some Lings do manage to bypass the natural, and will do a lot of SCD damage here, but Raynor had just reached peak saturation, so to lose 7 is not going to take too long to replace, and you'll still have a very good economy. Nice grab on the +1 attack. That's always going to feel nice, and actually Raynor needs to bring all of the Hellions back home, so grabbing both armories is really nice. That's a solid chunk of change Raynor has to reinvest into. But he just killed Gyarados' third base. The fourth is up. We're saturating that too, but you know, just now we're getting enough drones to actually do it. Still not great. Still not great. Isn't Raynor a Zerg player? Typically, but since he's facing people that I don't think he's too worried about losing to, he is having some fun. Maybe he's just off-racing for this patch. I don't know. When he faces Clem, we'll see if he chooses Zerg, basically. It is tempting to really bully a Zerg when you have that many Hellions against that many Roaches. But at the end of the day, the Roaches do win out. Raynor already getting up to a 4th base. So that's a 5th command center. Another one turning into an orbital. These are 400 mineral command centers, so Raynor is just truly richer than his opponent and having a good time back at home, despite that little Ling interruption, which would significantly delay the upgrades. It's still totally fine. More than fine. Raynor is absolutely 100% winning and just needs to actually finish the game. Now, he struggled to finish the game in Game 1, and that was with Bio, which there's different scenarios in which Bio and Mech will be able to finish a game easier than the other, but I would say generally, in my eyes, you know, the Bio can happen quicker. Mech, usually, you wait to be maxed out, or 180, then you push, even in games where you're really winning, which can give the Zerg an opportunity to not catch up, but get max and kind of continue hanging on, basically. I feel like that happens more often than the Bio equivalent of being 40 supply ahead. And then if Raynor decides not to push out, well, we're all going to be very mad at Raynor because he definitely could and win the game, I think. But then he'd just be turtling and we'd get a 50-minute game. Or almost amazing. I'm not quite there yet, but I'm eyeing Raynor. I'm like, he's going to fucking battle cruisers. Oh my god. Yeah, so this game's going to go on forever, apparently. Unless Gyarados just taps out because he's like, fuck that. You know, he's one battle cruiser and he's like, no, I'm not playing this game. This is stupid. Banshees did not get their upgrade, but that's okay. They're still pretty damn useful. Even without it. Especially when nothing shoots up. He chose Zerg versus people like Bjorn already? Huh? Bjorn and him haven't faced each other yet. He's facing Bjorn actually in the next round. That's why I was confused. You might be referring to earlier today. Yeah, but that's the normal. That's the normal That's the normal live version of the game. I think you're right. I think that Raynor will choose Zerg in the next match, but there is still the possibility of him off racing because of the patches. Wait. Oh, you mean like last week? Unless other tournaments are also using this patch. Oh, okay. And then, yeah, there you go. Didn't quite work, but kind of worked. That's the Banshee upgrade. Makes them shoot in a line. Continuing to get some of these evolution chamber upgrades, which I just didn't see any effect with any of them. I just want to plant an orbital there. It's a smaller choke, excuse me. It's a smaller choke now. It's a bigger nuisance for Raynor, for Gyarados to get through. Infested Terrans popping out here. No cancel in the command center, but Raynor's still pretty rich. Are Infested Terrans that good? I think they might have gotten... This might be one of the upgrades, actually, for them. I'm not sure. They might have already gotten their upgrade. I have no idea. The Infested Terrans did help take out that base pretty quick, but... we also have a lot of roaches and no building armor. I don't know if... I'm guessing he didn't give upgrades back to Infested Terrans. That was kind of universally agreed to be a bad idea. I don't know. Those Infested Terrans should looking pretty good against the battle cruisers. Force teleport one away. It is inevitable that Raynor cleans this up, that this is more time for Gyarados to try and recover from the early game. Get up another base, get a handful more drones, maybe spread the creep a little bit. But Raynor, he's playing till max battle cruisers, apparently. So, I mean, it's not even really that Gyarados is buying time. Raynor is giving him time, actually. But he did do damage, at the very least. Now, did he do enough damage to warrant the sacrifice of all of those units? The Infestors lived, but the Roaches and Lings? Probably, just because Roaches are very cheap. As long as the Infestors lived. Which they did. And now Mass Infestor is going to be the answer to Battle Cruiser. Mass Infestor will be pretty good. I still think you need some type of anti-air. But, we'll see. One Infestor gets caught, unfortunately, and this hatchery is not going to be living for much longer. Fungal stops the teleport out, which none of these had anyway. And Raynor does need to be careful about harassing with them. I mean, 100 supply to 188. I'm saying careful as if he's anywhere close to losing. He's not. But I mean, if you wanted to keep the battle cruisers alive, you would have to be careful. Gyarados having to respawn in so many different places. It's going to increase the chances of an Infestors dying. There's another one there. And the Infested Terrans do seem kind of good. I'm glad we finally got to see them. We didn't see them last week in the matches that I covered. Mass Mule Drop to repair the battle cruisers. Oh my god. This game has been over for a very long time. Tina Blast, thank you for the 4 months. Assimilation successful. Which is also a great way to ensure that they die rather than chain fungaling. But there's the scan to kill at least one of those. Gyarados just going for some type of moral victory. Not sure. There it is. There it is. GG. Raynor won both of those games in the first 7 minutes. It can be a lot for the Zerg to feel out. Because I can guarantee no Zerg, especially with it, being only once a week tournament, but no Zerg is bothering to do the math on what they need to do now that their basic mechanic has been changed. The larva. But I feel like a lot of them would be going off of feel, And I think that probably feels quite different. Eventually, it goes back to feeling like a normal StarCraft game, maybe, but... the fact that you're, I guess, easier suppressed if you don't get additional bases. The fact that it might actually be more of a default to get a macro hatchery than ever before. That's going to just massively change the first 5 minutes, and then the Terran doesn't really have to change anything in the first 5 minutes. So I do think as far as the first, let's say, 10 minutes of the game goes on patches, versions, Zerg's the ones that will struggle. But then, as the game goes on, I feel like Terran just kind of stays the same, which is maybe a little boring. And then the Zerg gets, obviously, a lot more upgrades to try and experiment with. So I got 2 TVZs in the upper brackets of my finals. Lambo leads against Clem 1-0. And then Bjorn faces Rainer. So I gotta go to Americas. I was actually watching Lambo's patch video before going live. I didn't get very far. Did I win at pickleball? No. I mean, I won 1 out of 3 games, but... By the 3rd game, I was also exhausted and just didn't really care. Same with my partner. Because one of the ladies was 15 minutes late, and then she was just better than us. So all of us kind of feeling deflated if she wasn't on our side. Oh, also, I took a dive. I took a fall. I stepped to the right a fair distance, and so I kind of stepped on my heel. So I had 2 choices. Either I fall on my butt, which I've done before and it hurts, or I roll out of it. So I rolled out of it. You know, I did like a little backward somersault. Which I think dealt less damage, but still skinned me up in some places because it's a tennis court, you know? It also looked cooler than if I had just fallen on my butt. The fact that I can still do a somersault, I think, is actually... It's something to brag about if I compare myself to other 35-year-olds. I mean, hell, imagine, like, your parents at 35. Not my particular parents. My dad is 67 and is still able to do somersaults, actually. Especially for ore farming, yeah. I'm not supposed to be athletic, excuse you. I've always been, I guess, as far as average athleticism, I guess I've been slightly above average, I guess you would say. I can pick things up pretty quickly, and I've always had some baseline level of you know, eye-hand coordination and whatnot. There are some other gamers who are very, very athletic. One match of dodgeball at 34 was walking poorly. I used to play dodgeball, and that's one of the times where I fell on my butt and it really hurt. You know, I have less padding down there since I've lost weight. Maybe that's part of it. But it just, you know, rolling literally reduces the impact. Falling right in your butt is like the most impact you can give to yourself. And when I did that in dodgeball, because it was kind of the same thing, like I reached over too much and was on my heels. It didn't just hurt at the time, you know. It actually kind of just hit my my sciatic nerve area, going down my leg, going down my thigh. So I basically felt like I had sciatica again for a couple of days, which was very concerning, and I didn't appreciate it. So no falling on the buttocks. I've been so on and off with dedicated working out that I can't 100% tell you how my age has affected it. Undoubtedly, the age has affected it. I mean, there's just no arguing that, but... If I worked out again, it would have been... The last time I worked out somewhat seriously was in January, so... I'm basically restarting every single time. I will say I think I felt drinking a lot more, but that also is like obviously yes, some age, but then also the fact that like these medications I'm taking, you're not really supposed to drink. It's not like I'm gonna die, but it makes it harder. Because I went out drinking with friends on Friday. I had a bottle of soju and 2 pickle shots, which I've told people. I felt so tired throughout the entire weekend. Now, this is kind of coupled with doing a bunch of stuff Saturday. I was driving around everywhere with my mom and doing stuff. And taking care of a dog as well. And then, same on Sunday, I didn't get to sleep in. I had to take care of my brother's dog. So I just felt like I was like trying to take like naps to recover, and it was never enough, and then not getting enough sleep. But I was like, this is probably also because I drank on Friday, and it wasn't even that much. And with the pickle shots, I think it did a good job of incorporating like electrolytes, you know? So I wasn't hungover, but damn, I was tired. I know, I mean, alcohol is always... general advice is not to drink alcohol. Pickle shots, yeah. I think I've only discovered in the last year, basically. And I'm still not really truly sure if every pickle shot even has alcohol in it. It certainly doesn't taste like it does. It's supposed to be vodka and dill pickle brine. Like that's even like the official pickle shot that has, I guess, the copyright. But you really don't taste it. And I wonder how much compared to the pickle brine. Pickle shots for pickleball. No, but maybe if I make friends in pickleball. Ooh. Yeah, I did not have a particularly rejuvenating weekend. Or I actually wanted to play more video games. I played 2 games of Deadlock last night, and that's well, and then I streamed. So, I did play that video game. I lost both games last night. Womp womp. Pickle brine, yeah, probably should mask any strong flavors, yeah. And vodka's not strong in the first place. Can't believe how expensive they are, though. It's like, Jesus Christ. There's... You know, every time people bring up that the younger generations aren't drinking as much, they point to a lot of correct things. There's a lot of things, but definitely one of them is just how expensive it is. And then depending on where you are, Like, usually in the city, sure, that's more expensive, but then which city, more and more expensive. I don't think Denver's the most notoriously expensive city in America, but a pickle shot was $10 after tax. I mean, $10 a shot. Like, that's... And it was, like, maybe more of a double to be kind of fair, but it's... it was just insane. I mean, it's pickle brine and vodka. It's like the cheapest things you could ever use. It was ranked Deadlock. I actually haven't played any unranked Deadlock. I have 5 or 6 characters unlocked, and I just play with 3. But I've heard standard can be a real shit show. I know. I mean, this is why when we go to Poland, when we went to Poland on tournaments, it was the best because the dollar is stronger and just in general, Poland's cheaper. So, you know, we would be getting shots and they'd give us we'd get shots and we'd get bottles or whatever and they'd give us the bill and you expect some big number and then it would be this not big number and you're like, oh, ooh, yeah. You do drink for free in casinos. Of course, they water it down a lot, but yeah, you do. The next time we gotta go to a casino. There's actually, I don't think, any casinos in Denver. Like, the casinos around here are, I think, on tribal land. I'm not... Some of them are, maybe? I don't think all of them are. The one closest to me is like an hour away, though. So not convenient. And where it is, it's not near anything else. It's not like a nice, like, district where you go to the casino, then you go to a nice restaurant, then you go to a pottery barn, or, you know, it's near nothing. It's just the casino. Anyway, we got ourselves the game finally. Bjorn was a little late. He was waiting for Rainer, so he, you know, had to be told, like, hey, come back. But we're in it now. Best of 3. Top right, Bjorn. Bottom left, Rainer. So yes, playing Zerg now that he's up against someone who will beat him if he off races. Just that's a fact. There we go. What do I do with all the pickles from the pickle shop, Brian? That's a good question. I didn't see any pickles on sale. I assume the pickle shot makers have their own pickles as well. So a 2 barracks opener from Bjorn. We're going to see the slightly more correct version, I suppose, than what Rainer did in his game 1. The previous TVZ that he played. Where he went 2 racks, then he went more Reapers than usual. Then he actually went for the Reaper upgrade, which is actually really cool. But he did go for high ground Reapers, which, I mean, I don't think you would really call that wrong. It's just, it offends my sensibilities, okay, as a main Terran who copies, you know, these great Terran players like Bjorn. So Bjorn does it what you would usually expect. There could be a 3rd barracks hidden in the main, but yeah, there won't be. He is, in fact, going up to 400 minerals. I imagine it's a little annoying for players, particularly Protoss and Terran players, to go back and forth between this patch and live. Although Zerg, yeah, it's probably bothersome for them too, just because of the larva changes. They get to feel so smooth, so much better than they used to for some reason in the live version. Oh, that's weird. And then they go back to, they go to the patches mod and they're like, well, now it feels clunky again. Well, guess what, Zerg players? You're gonna suck it up. You're doing great in live. Which I'm happy to see that I feel like there's been so much just division of people. You know, I don't like the patch, I do like the patch. I feel like we're slowly moving towards more and more people saying they don't like the patch. Because again, I was watching Lambo's video. This is always a possibility with even just 3 Reapers, but it is something that you really don't want to let to have happen. It can happen. It's not supposed to. Oh, to cancel this server to be such a bummer. Oh, no! Woo-ah! Good lord. I think he's going to save it, technically. But this would be a perfect opportunity for the Reaper upgrade. Get the grenades to deal more damage versus structures and then just snipe it. I think could work. Would it be worth the upgrade and the tech lab usage? Probably not, but he also could try and snipe it later with a drop. But I'm sure that's exactly what Rainer's going to be wary of. They changed the patch again. No, they actually haven't patched the live version. If you're talking live, they haven't patched that for weeks at this point. So some people who were giving them way too much benefit of the doubt are also now admitting, okay, well, I was giving them the benefit of the doubt, and now it's been too long, and this patch sucks. So that's also happening. Crank made a tweet today basically along those lines. I can't believe Crank gave him that much benefit of the doubt, but Crank's a nice guy. If you're talking about the patches patch, which you're playing on right now, the patches mod, it has had changes, actually. This has been patched over the last week. It gave, I don't know about significant, but like a decent amount of changes on the 13th, and then on the 14th or something like that. But I don't think they've added any new upgrades. There's apparently a pylon that I don't know anything about for Protoss, but we haven't gotten no Protoss yet. Imagine if Blizzard took this patch, did what the hell they're doing. It would just be so much more fun. You know, I know some people say they don't really like this patch, and for, I think, legitimate reasons. They're like, I don't think it fixes what they think it's going to fix. I don't think it adds too much. They don't want this many added upgrades and changes, because, yeah, I do think one great thing about StarCraft is that it is relatively simple. So I definitely see that point. And other people are just like, no, it's insanely imbalanced. We can't do this. Okay. But I think it just proves that we're not opposed to change. Like, the fact that there are new upgrades and new units, kind of, like this Swarm Queen, for instance, that you can now look at after doing a very familiar opener and be like, oh, this is exciting, I think is way better than what they did to us, which, as I've been saying, is more like math homework. It's not exciting to figure out the math of when to now move my SCV to build a barracks. That's not that much more exciting to me. I don't know why it is for anyone out there who says they're enjoying figuring things out in the patch. It's like, what's to figure out? And I also think there's a lot of people who are like, no, I'm doing so many different things, I'm seeing so many different things, and it's just because the live version, for some reason, gave you the idea that you could, when you absolutely could have before as well. You just didn't. For some asinine reason. Anyway. Obviously, this is looking like a very normal TVZ, which, with Bjorn, I'm not too surprised. Rainer's also going to have to play a little more normal. If he sees a direct benefit, like these Swarm Queens, then he will use them. But otherwise, there's not a lot more experimenting he can do. Unfortunately, the Swarm Queen, although a bit better than a regular Queen, still wasn't enough to actually tackle Medivacs and stimmed Marines. Oh, the pylon could do mass recall. Oh, okay. So last week that was on the gateways, and it wasn't really being used. But now it's a pylon, which I believe is a co-op thing. I really rage quit when I rally an SCV and have no minerals. I remembered to wait most of the time, I guess, but I still hate it when I have to wait. But yeah, as far as two top-tier TVZ players, the natural order of things is going to stay. It's going to stay pretty much the same, unless something really big is developed. They're both going to do what they're familiar with. And then Zerg has kind of an obvious upgrade. Swarm coins aren't that expensive to transform into. So you would just transform them. But Terran doesn't really have the same equivalent. Maybe you'd go for the Woodamine upgrade if you're going to go for Biomine. You'd go for the Shredder. But I don't know if Bjorn is going to remember that. I don't know. Does he even know it exists? Who knows? Rainer might also add in some upgrades towards the late stage, but it's going to be a very tight game to begin with, so trying to take the time to kind of think something out is already a bad thing, but that's, you gotta when you're getting a game like this. This is the Baneling upgrade that makes them recover health. So if you don't use them, they basically like would survive a storm, I think. I'm not sure how useful it is in this matchup, but Raynor's getting it. At 90 drones, 5 bases, seems to be in a comfortable position, and actually hasn't gotten any additional macro hatcheries, so isn't seeing a need for that. Beyond's Widow Mine upgrade is done, just the drilling claws, a couple of tanks sieging up. Not a lot of creep spread for Raynor to use, so this is a little concerning as he tries to get toward Hydras. Yeah, that's what I was saying. I feel like especially against Protoss, I don't think Terran has as many fun additions as Protoss or Zerg does in this mod. Big ol' Ling run by, caught by Widow Mines though. Oh, that was 2 great Widow Mine shots. Still enough Lings left over to force a lift on this command center and kill 15 SCVs, and I don't know, is Ben actually going to lift? He's not lifting, he's not lifting, he's not canceling. Whoops-a-daisies. Too much on the micro on the front lines Raynor did try and take advantage of that distraction to push this away. But Bjorn is going to find a hatchery at least, so not quite equivalent. But it's something. Yeah, no extra command centers here. Down to 4 bases for Raynor 2. It's kind of all fair game. More concerning is that Hive is almost done, and I don't see Bjorn with a super great army against Lurkers right now. I don't know if Raynor's going to have the resources to really go into Lurkers, however, when the Lurker Den is done, because adding just 2 or 3 is usually not helpful. This is just the Marauder Slow upgrade, which I don't know why they changed the icon, but it threw me off initially. Oh, what was the Hydra change? Now they get Volant Cuticles. Hydras take 1 less damage from attacks by air for each ground carapace upgrade. That's probably not it. This is probably Ancillary Carapace, which is to increase the Hydralisk life by 10. The other upgrade's more for, like, Sky Toss, for instance. But this is probably going to increase the life of the Hydras. Oh, yeah, the icon changed because of the Reaper benefits now. I did note that last week and forgot. So we couldn't get a ton of Lurkers, but if you get even a few in a great position, then it is difficult for just pure bio to tackle. And this is a pretty good position. It's a choke no matter which way you're kind of coming from it. Marauder numbers getting thinned out by the Ling Baneling Hydra. Hydra's still without that additional health. They're kind of protected by Lurkers. Lurkers can't really advance very easily, but they can if Beyond moves away. Gonna advance to on top of the command center. Not gonna be able to stall it out, but we'll take out the tank and further delay Beyond's 4th base. Well, Raynor double expands. Hoping both get up, but if one does, that's still decent. And once again, pushing away the army. Now, 3-3 is about to finish for Bjorn. He is almost maxed out. This is a scary Bioforce, but I feel like Raynor is kind of taking control of the situation, getting these bases up, 91 drones, additional health on the Hydras, turning into a little more helpful in the late game. And the Lurkers were being a nuisance, but they are cleaned up, not quite supported by the Lings fast enough. 14 SCVs, however, do also go down, and the 4th base is in some trouble. No Frenzy. Is that an upgrade that still exists? At this base, once again, taken out by drops. Yeah, even if 1 or 2 Marines survive, yeah, it should still go down. But as I said, Raynor has another kind of backup base anyway. Beyond does absolutely need a 4th down on location. He's starting to run out of minerals in the main. And Raynor ditto absolutely needs this 5th base to stay up. Gonna try and take this middle one, having mined out that little gold patch that's there. Still seeing an opportunity to use Lurkers, which I definitely don't disagree with. Bjorn is basically stuck on bio. And if the bio is moving and grooving and taking control of the map and this, that, and the other, then Lurkers can feel very mediocre, I suppose, if they're just purely defensive. But if the bio is constantly the one surprised by surprise, Lurkers in a choke on top of your base, I mean, the Lurkers should win here. This is where you would need ghosts or at least liberators. Siege tanks, even like something with some range to help out. And once again, Beyond forced to disengage. Still not mining from a 4th base. He's really going to have to hope he just is able to pounce on the lurkers in some type of a amazing concave. But the Hydras won't go down as fast. I mean, 10 extra health is definitely not a lot. When you're considering that it's late game, there's a lot of damage output in the late game. But, well, okay, but that's good, actually. I was going to say, if the Hydras are on top of the lurkers, that's the extra 10 health you have to burn through before you get on top of the lurkers. So they're a little bit better at kind of tanking, although that's never their ideal situation. But they weren't there, were they? And the lurkers could not protect themselves. Beyond gets that opportunity to take out the lurker threats. Maybe finally can mine from his 4th base. We do have a little Shark Fester looking for a great fungal on the backside. Medevac's very low on energy. Won't be able to heal up the army to max before there's another engagement. And I love that Raynor is not letting up on these lurkers. The lurkers don't get their additional upgrades, by the way, in this patch, I believe. So that's why we haven't seen any of them. They only get the range. They don't get the speed burrow. Little squad of army trying to be surrounded, but I think Raynor also just making area. Yeah, he wants to jump on top of the army and then also the reinforcement point, which I think he'll be able to. A little split here from Bjorn. Will take care of the lurkers this time, but these are good trades for the Zerg player as even more SEVs get destroyed. We're getting close to only 1 base anyways worth of minerals, but that's not a good thing. And Beyond does not have any equivalent attack on the other side. Raynor now comfortable on 6 hatcheries, mining every which way we look. And Beyond is going to have to tap out. GG's. Now, what could Beyond have done differently with this patch? Not a lot, honestly. There is a upgrade that makes your tech lab production faster. But I think you have to get a fusion core for it. And he couldn't afford that. Yeah, he couldn't afford to transfer over into mech. It's not gonna happen. Would the Widow Mine upgrade have helped? Probably not. The Widow Mines were very limited in use. And while they're shredding the armor sounds like a very powerful thing, I don't know, when you consider how fast these engagements go. I'm not sure that would have actually made the difference in the engagements. You know, they one-shot Lings, Hydras, all if they're in range to be attacked by Widow Mine, they're being attacked by Bio, and they're gonna die instantly anyway. I mean, that's absolutely more of a he wants to face steadfast. That's more of an anti-Protoss thing. The tank upgrade also wouldn't have helped. He only ever got like 2 tanks. The thing with all of the snipier ghosts, they do have less energy cost on the snipe. But the thing I'm trying to think totally in context of when he started to lose the game. I'm not thinking about what he could have done if he had stabilized his 4th base. Because if he had stabilized his 4th base, then, you know, he was able to kind of turtle a little more, and then maybe he could afford ghosts. Maybe he could afford some of those extra upgrades that maybe could have been helpful. Bottom left Beyond, bottom right Raynor. But I'm thinking of something that he could have gotten for the first 10, 12 minutes of the game, whatever it was, that would have helped him take control of the game. You know, Raynor got a Baneling upgrade that fit kind of seamlessly with his 12 minutes. He got a Hydralis upgrade that fit kind of seamlessly with Zerg's 14-ish minutes, whatever it was. Like, you get Hive decently quick with the way that he was playing, so probably still 12 minutes. Let's go with that. You got Brood Mothers, which, Swarm... Why do I keep calling them Brood Mothers? Swarm Queens, which... I don't know if they really contributed a lot to that game, but it is something you got to play with, and they are better that you get at minute, 3. And I guess that kind of counts for all of them, right? But they still all go seamlessly with the game that Raynor was already going to play. Whereas for the Terran, it just seems like a lot of the things that would benefit the units they do get, they don't get that many of them. Widow mines or tanks, for instance. Until like a later stage, or they just don't. Or in general, the upgrades benefit after a certain point, in which the Terran player would usually get kind of additional upgrades, you know, like a lib range or a high-sec auto tracking and building armor, which don't exist in this version. So that's more so my point here, and why I think Terran is the worst race in this patch. Not balance-wise, because I don't actually know, but just as far as its fun factor. When you're watching professionals, obviously us being bad, we could do whatever the hell we want. We saw Raynor face someone that he was going to win against almost assuredly anyway, and he went for a lot of the new fancy upgrades. But in a very tight game, where you are still encouraged to play kind of close to the meta, the other races have upgrades that kind of seamlessly go with every part of the pacing of their game, and then the Terran is kind of like, what do I get? Basically more late game upgrades, but can I get to the late game? I think they're an 8 upgrade only if you went for Reapers. And the problem with Reapers after a certain point is that even if they're better, their attack would be better, their grenades would be better against structures, you're not going to get close to structures, and I don't think they still make them as good as just getting more Marines. Have you tried drinking Powerade when you feel tired? No. Oh, whoopsie daisy. If you're talking about, like, enough calories, then, I mean, I probably don't anyway, but I did have a nice Korean barbecue lunch after drinking. If you're talking about, like, denying any hangovers, I have drinking, like, Pedialyte. Drunken Pedialyte. But I don't think if I had downed Powerades or Gatorades Saturday and Sunday, I would have felt that much better than just eating and drinking regularly. Electrolytes are more for, like, during and immediately after, so you don't get hungover. But I didn't really feel hungover. I just felt tired throughout the until the weekend. And you're only deficient on electrolytes when you're drinking, because you're usually not eating and doing enough. But I was getting electrolytes and you know, water intake at a normal basis on the Saturday after. Anyway, 3cc coming up for Beyond after a 1-1-1. So just a little Marine drop heading toward the main. The Korean barbecue I took my mom to was good. It was definitely good for the price. It was all you can eat, and it was $38 for like a option B or whatever. But we usually really like brisket, and the brisket was so dry and flavorless. It was quite impressive. Like, usually I can't really tell when there's like a meat quality difference, you know? I'm not that much of a connoisseur, but in this case it was pretty bad. So next time I go to that same Korean barbecue, we're just gonna get the marinated meats. Marinated. Swarm queens are a little better. I think regular queens also would have tackled that. That wasn't a lot. Those AoE Banshees, again, I think you're just... all of the suggestions for what Beyond could get, I think, are things that are later on. I mean, what are you going to do? Get Banshees AoE before their cloak or their speed? Maybe before their speed, but you'd still want cloak. then you would want a certain number of Banshees to actually utilize the resources you just dumped into it. Because you're not just dumping resources into the actual Banshees, you're basically taking away medevac production. So you're really significantly delaying the follow-up and the tempo. And I think Beyond might have been one of the players who did try one of the Banshee openers with the AoE, which I thought would be really cool, and it just wasn't. You know, basically the Zerg defense, if it was ready for Banshees, it's ready for Banshees with the AoE. Oh, okay. I mean, yeah, there's tons of things that Terran can get. They do have upgrades. It's just, yeah, my issue with the patch right now is that none of them seem to benefit the part of the game that determines how, you know, if you can get to those upgrades. It just seems so much more seamless for Zerg and Protoss. We haven't seen a Protoss yet, but they get benefits for their Stalkers. They get 2 more upgrades for their Stalkers, and that just so seamlessly goes along with their game plans. It's a no-brainer, and it makes them way better and way more fun. So I think, basically, I think we just need upgrades to be more enticing early on. We need to kind of... there was like someone brought up like the actual game design phrase of when you make something really powerful just so people will play it. But I'm familiar with the concept. Someone actually had a name for it. I don't know what the name is. I feel like we gotta either do that or they actually need to be better. You know, like either we make them better so people will choose it and we nerf them after, or they just actually need to be better. Because right now, the tank and Widowmine upgrades that you can think of really benefiting this phase of the game, they just don't seem really worth it. They're not that helpful. Well, yeah, I just said tank and Widowmines. Because even if Beyond were to say, okay, what can I do different? Let's play a little more of a slower style, more tank-based. So yeah, okay, let's go ahead and grab both of the tank upgrades. So there's one that reduces the splash damage, the friendly fire. And then there's one that makes them pick-upable by medevacs, and then they unsiege when they're in the medevac. I don't think either one is actually that impressive. Definitely a kind of a miscellaneous late-game upgrade on both accounts. I can see certain scenarios where it could save the day, but I think they'd be far too rare. Hydra health. Roaches are going to be 1 supply, I believe is what this one is. What other upgrades? We are going to get the tank. I believe that is the friendly fire upgrade, so they're not going to deal nearly as much. And then no additional fresh upgrades here. But very much a turtle game. Beyond has decided this is the way to go. Putting the onus a little bit more on Raynor. And Raynor is taking this opportunity, realizing the tempo that Beyond has set here to go ahead and grab bases, drones, and all of the upgrades. I did not see what this one was. I think it's a queen upgrade. And then this, I'm also not sure. The infestation pit's getting an upgrade. Or no, that's not. Oh, that's another evolution chamber upgrade. I'm waiting to see if that is actually the queen upgrades, and I'm gonna control F it. So I'm gonna try and pay attention. So yeah, Crucio Dampener definitely sounds like splash damage reducer. The only thing I would love for the Google document to add, I love it. It's beautiful. The only criticism I have is that it doesn't include the upgrade icons, which I think would be very helpful. Yeah, so bifurcated incubation and reformation. Let's go. Incubation. Additional life for the Ravager? No. The Ravager just has additional health, sorry. Reduce the land delay for corrosive biles. And I knew I was going to forget the other one. There's also subthermal creep. follicles. Which that allows the Swarm Queen to passively generate creep as it walks. What the shit? Why are we having 17 Overseers? I'm actually confused. 10, I would 100% say, okay, he just, he doesn't want to get sniped. He wants to have detection in case he gets sniped. But 17? What? That seems excessive. Alright then. So Nidus Room's coming up for defense. A little Brood War action here. What changeling change? I do vaguely recall one, but I don't remember what it did. This is just a good old Caduceus reactor, which, well, I say that, I think it does now divide the healing between multiple targets, but it still drains, it drains like twice as much or whatever, so. When they explode, well, that wasn't a change, that was a bug. I really hope that's something they didn't keep. That seems... No way. Changelings. Ah. Chainling chain explode now? Wait, you guys mean that when you kill a changeling, it will kill other changelings? Yeah, thank you. Okay. Yeah, no, I know that. Yeah, that's fine. I thought you meant that they were still exploding, like, offensively. Trying to be like, well, yeah, then obviously you'd make changelings. Big attack, trying to kill this planetary. Will kill this planetary. Rip building armor, am I right? I think that might have survived. Maybe. Maybe. This upgrade for the ghost, I'm not sure as of yet. We are going to see the fire suppression, which would have helped, but I think building armor would have helped more. What are the additional ghosts? Wait, what is this? It's renamed to Academy, by the way. Just Academy. I don't know what this is. What is this? Is it a nuke? What? I have no idea. We're gonna see what it's called in a second. As the Nidus Room tries to hit this base, and in the main base as well, but Bjorn has spotted that. Accelerated training? Oh, yeah, you're right. Good call. I thought that was on the engineering bay or something, but nope, it is on the Academy. And that, I think, is a very, very good additional upgrade to get. Ghosts are obviously out, and there's a lot of them, but some of them are in the main base. Natural also under attack. Raynor has taken basically the entire other parts of the map. He hasn't taken his little triangle base, but I mean, we'll get to that, I suppose. He is denying extra bases of Bjorn. Very slowly, but surely. Bjorn is only on 4 bases. Now, it's only 16 minutes, so I imagine he still has some resources in the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, but these are taking some trades. Right now, very few trades have really happened, and they're very close and the resources lost. Baneling is going to get a little better, although I'm not sure exactly how much. This basically means that if a Baneling decides not to engage, it goes, oh shit, let's not. This Baneling upgrade means that they survive now. And they heal up, like, almost instantly. Ghost still very good on sniping. Does less damage versus non-psionic, but costs less. Adrenal glands coming in kind of late, really, for this type of game, but we got there eventually. There were just so many other upgrades to get, obviously. This, I guess, is the pickup for the tank. Which I really don't think is a... Yeah, obviously tank-evacs are too strong. You have to balance around tank-evacs, I think, a little bit more if you get them. That is, the medevacs lift a siege tank and they drop a siege tank. But, although this is basically halfway, now they lift a siege tank, but they drop out an unsiege tank. So it's like, well, it's halfway. We'll see how that works. I feel like that just makes it almost a non-factor. It does mean you can save tanks, but I don't think it makes it that fun. Tank-evacs were fun, because they were kind of stupid. But they were fun stupid. And I will say that they were balanced. They were balanced because people, I feel like, have forgotten what the initial phase of Against the Void actually looked like, which is that without tank-evacs, Terrans were dying left, right, and center to Ravager all-ins. But whatever, it's in the past, I'm totally over it. Swarm hosts are on the way, and so I guess we're getting one of those swarm host upgrades. Whatever this is going to be called. Getting the swarm hosts. Pressurized glands. Allows locusts to attack air units while flying. That means they might be able to take out some medevacs, and they might be helpful against an eventual Liberator edition. That would be kind of interesting to see. Another infestation upgrade. I think this is just infestors have more health. Tissue preservation. Increase the infested Terran's health by 5 and evolve them to last twice as long when burrowed. Yeah. We got some nukes on the way out. Now, nukes, they do less to army, but they do a lot more to buildings, I believe. They also are half the cost. I don't know where it is. Maybe it was up here and a Viper abducted it. Its build time is far less. Its cooldown speed is faster. Yeah, and its damage is way less, except versus structures. In which it's still less, actually. Like, they made the nuke a little more spammable and a little less apocalyptic, I suppose. Which I actually really don't mind. I think nukes are exciting, even if they are going to do less damage. And if they made it into a game... If the game meta was to kind of spam nukes, you know, at least one at a time, I don't know. I think that'd be fun. But this is from a Terran perspective. Maybe I'd really regret saying that if I played other races. You don't usually face a lot of nukes when they off-races Protoss. Didn't Bjorn already give the game away? No, I don't think so. But he is going to have to take some really good resource trades, which I'm not sure he's doing. If he gets up to 5 bases or 6 bases, which he is getting to, so he's got this base mining and this one, and he's protecting it, I think it's totally fine. Raynor will have to... Assuming that there aren't the most terrible trades ever on either side. Realistically, between 2 evenly matched players, I would say for the Zerg to win the game, they would probably have to find themselves at least 10,000 resources in the hole. That is just how the game is played. 15,000, I think, is quite common for the Zerg to still win a game like this, where they have just turtled and barely, you know, really traded all that much for most of the game. And so with that expectation, it's more like Raynor needed to take all these bases. He really, really, really obviously wanted to deny this base and this base. But it would be extremely difficult to actually take these resources, which would be far better for the Zerg. They need to deny and take, and I don't see them ever taking these bases. So, yeah. I think Gun's totally fine. I think he got rapid deployment or something. I think this is an upgrade that makes the medevacs unload faster, but I'm not sure. Rapid deployment. Deploy loaded troops twice as fast. Nailed it. Some of these upgrades, I can really tell what they are from their upgrade, right? Like, this could be kind of misconstrued as the splash, to be fair. Like, they're both kind of similar, but kind of got it. This I was totally confused on, but I do actually see what they're going for now that I know what it is. The Zerg upgrades, I think, are a little more ambiguous. You know, like an egg showing the roach costs less. This, you know, I can kind of get armor for queens. Baneling upgrade at the very least. And then you know, what the hell is this? I have no idea. Anyway. Bjorn is defending? Kind of. And if all he does is lift and lose SCVs, that's also fine, I would say. If he's taking out a base in turn, which he does. Now, will he ever get that base? That is possible. It's possible, certainly more than the Zerg ever taking these bases. Nidus Worm is seen for a second, and then I think maybe he just F2'd or had the hotkey wrong, yeah. Fortunately for him, the Nidus Worm didn't have anything in it, but that doesn't mean, oh yeah, Locust outkill buildings 100%. There's no lifting to safeguard them. Interesting. Also, Locust, same thing as the Broodlings. Although it looks like far less health is taken over time. The Locust lasts a very long time. They are no longer timed, they just lose health over time. So they might be buffed for that reason. I feel like the Broodling was just straight up nerf. But I'm not sure about the Swarmhost. But certainly the air Locusts are doing some pretty good damage. They can only attack air while lifted. I guess that's true. I mean, you could play some silly games against them, I guess. If you're paying attention for long enough, you can lift land, and if they're not paying attention, that'll work. But I feel like it increases the chance of killing a building by quite a lot. GG feels imminent. Not imminent, but the fact that Bjorn is down, resources lost, is the easiest way to tell this game is not good for the Terran. He's supposed to be taking very, very efficient trades, and especially in the last 2 minutes, has lost maybe 5 or 6 command centers. All of them here. There was 3 or 4 here. 2 protecting command centers. This one too, I think. It was a lot. The army has stayed relatively intact, and we are not building any more SCVs, so it is going to be quite the Terran army. A Raynor could still take a bad fight. With 13,000 resources still available, I think he'd have to take more than one bad fight. It is still possible. Still technically possible for Bjorn to win, but extraordinarily difficult. Raynor's even taken this base back after Bjorn spent so long trying to kill it, and it looked like it was going to be an okay trade, but then it kind of just escalated. The army was out of position and everything else died. Locusts aren't a joke, by the way, against Bio. they can be quite a lot of damage. In that case, that went fine. And since we do have Locusts, you know, probably, well, Ling, Baneling, Locusts, all of these things, the tanks are not friendly firing as much as they would. That is absolutely a fact. We're definitely seeing the upgrade in effect at this point. Still not the coolest, hippest upgrade I've ever seen, but certainly helpful in a game like this. Takes this opportunity to kill at least another base of Raynor. It's something, and more so, it's something that could lead to something else. If Raynor starts to feel like he's getting choked, like he can no longer go for backstabs or try and get around the Terran army, and the Terran army advances, technically they could take this base, but more so now you're suddenly on the third hatch. Suddenly you're in the reinforcement line. But obviously there are still other opportunities for Raynor to run by, and that's going on to the south. Easy. Raynor apparently doing a great job microing these Locusts. He's not just letting them go and they're not paying attention. Half of them land, half of them don't. So that's just good Zerg play there. I'm not going to say right here and now that Swarm Hosts are a little too powerful with that upgrade. I'm not going to go that far, but I do wonder if that's a bit too good of an upgrade. And again, it just feels so much more fun than what the Terran has gotten. This could be it. This could be it. Half of the army was on siege. The rest of the army was blinding clouded. It was another bad trade. Although I guess good enough to still have Beyond only down 1,000 resources, which is, again, not very good at all. He needs to be ahead in the resources lost by 10,000 for me to feel good about a situation. And these Locusts continue to rip through the tanks. The Locusts were a fantastic addition. Not something that Zerg players often think of in the live version, because even though theoretically they can do exactly what they've been doing. They can force liftoffs on command centers, they can catch tanks that are unprotected. It almost never works out well enough, long enough to be worth the supply, especially, that Swarm hosts take up. But I think if they're going to almost guarantee kill a command center, then that really has changed that dynamic. And they're an excellent siege turtle breaker. With an upgrade in this patch, they shoot air. might be a little too strong. But then you can't really compensate by like lowering their damage, because then, you know, pre-upgrade Locust won't be very good. I don't know. Blinding Clouds are absolutely perfect. Tanks can be lifted by the medevacs, but it's not going to be good enough. This has been a slow death for Beyond. Just always hoping that 1 or 2 or 3 of these engagements would go really poorly for Raynor, but Raynor has never let them go that poorly. The Locusts have added in little chip damage in a way that they couldn't in the live version, because it's been more than chip damage. They've done a tremendous amount of damage. I wouldn't be surprised if the Locusts themselves have killed over 20 tanks, and at least half of these command centers. GG's. Raynor 2-0's Beyond, and will advance on to face the winner of Clem Lambo, which is Clem. Clem turns it around from being down 0-1 to get to the upper bracket final. So yet another TVZ, y'all. That was difficult to watch. Yeah. One thing that I think we're all a bit disappointed in is that the games don't seem all that different. I think the Zerg and Protoss are getting more fun. They are getting more upgrades that go along with what they're already planning on doing, and they're seeing success from those upgrades. Like the Locust was a big highlight there. Terran aren't really getting the same in my IMO, but anyway. More so overall, we're still seeing a lot of late game. We're still seeing inclination to turtle. And I think that just kind of goes on to prove how much maps make a difference in StarCraft. Some people might take this as like, well, if nothing's going to change after giving all these upgrades and stuff, then obviously it's because of the workers. And those people are fucking stupid. Just kidding. That's mean. That's mean. No, but seriously. It's been my theory, and I feel like it's now a fact, that worker start counts will never change StarCraft all that much. Additional upgrades, or even additional units, will probably not change StarCraft all that much. As far as mid to late game being most of the games you see. Standardized builds still being the standard. I think the only thing that's really going to change that is the size of the maps. To me, this just proves more that it's on the maps. Technically, I guess there's still it's not like we've gone to the most extreme thing ever. Like, if we have the same amount of worker starts, so 12 in this patch, thank God, and the same maps, we could be pushing a mod way more. That, you know, there could be some drastic differences if suddenly SCV, like all workers had half health, Marines, all tier 1 units cost twice as much, and do half as much damage. Like, all units do half as much damage, right? There's still obviously a lot more extreme things that could be done in StarCraft. But we also could change the maps extremely. Both things are difficult to really do, because at a certain point, whether it's maps change drastically or game stats change drastically, people will complain. Thank you, Brownsy1, for the 5 gifted subs. Over years ago in mid-level games. I mean, I don't agree. I don't think the 8 worker change does anything. But except add the coveted additional minute that some people really desire. But if you add, let's say, a Cyclone, you get new builds. I don't think even new units... I mean, unless you added like a bunch of new units. And early game units. Early and mid game units. Not late game units. Maybe then it would change. Okay, sure. But I think you'd have to do pretty drastic to actually change the pacing of the game. I think the way that the game is set up encourages mid and late games. And more late games as people figure it out. And why do I think all of this? Because, you know, I made a video to go over it. You can just watch the video. You can watch the video, and then, more importantly, you can go read all the other smart people's takes on why it almost always gets reduced down to mid to late game emphasis. Late game emphasis. People like mid games. If it was just mid game emphasis, then that would be fine. But a lot people smarter than me have theorized as to why StarCraft 2 encourages late game and has less interesting late games than its Brood War counterpart. Smart people in StarCraft? I never. They all left. These are all people from 10 years ago. Okay, rainfall. What do you... Oh, okay. Top left, it's Clem. Bottom right, it's Rainer. I don't know what that was. There apparently, this is really very specific stuff that most of us would never ever care about, but apparently with the 8 workers start, not only is it unnecessary and abysmal in other ways, but apparently the way that workers stack also changed slightly, and I wonder if that was his now ingrained early game. Not sure. Anyway. If you do want to look into why people think StarCraft 2 will always dilute down to just late game turtle and non-engaging late games, exclamation point economy I think still works to see the video, which is less so you having to pay attention to me, and is more so because that video lists all of the economic discussion resources that have been already discussed in the last 10 years. But I think it's all very interesting. It doesn't bode super well for StarCraft entertainment-wise. But if you do consider that, like, one of the biggest considerations that was no longer considered as StarCraft went on for the way that StarCraft 2 was designed was for very, very small maps. Maps that also didn't feature typical setups. A high ground ramp at all times. A low ground ramp half the time. You know what I mean? A natural ramp half the time. A guaranteed natural, like a basically guaranteed third and fourth. You know, like these are things that have really been set as the game has developed when you compare it to when it was literally being developed and experimented on. We need to bring back Kulas Ravine. Little hatch block is kind of cute, and the Reaper can come over and kill the drone too if it comes back, but it's gonna focus on doing the damage here, and then maybe it'll even catch the drone as it tried to take that third. Rainer's gonna know better than to do that though, and it's gonna just hold off on it. Not much else you can do. This little drone actually goes around, ew, and he's a successful drone. Little James Bond drone got in when no one else could. I guess James Bond, I mean, is he, you know, is it... I don't actually watch James Bond movies. He's a spy. He gets in without being noticed. That's his thing, right? Junkyard? I don't actually remember Junkyard. I'm sure it was a map. I just don't remember it. I understand why Terrans sit there. I mean, what was the choice? He's going to unsiege most of his tanks to move out and then just get backstabbed repeatedly anyway? Do you wanted him to go after the swarm hosts? Well, as soon as his mobile bio army tries to pick up and go after the swarm hosts, Raynor sends the rest of his army in to kill the now undefended tanks. I'm not going to say that Bjorn played the only way that anyone could ever play, and that was proof that late game Zerg is totally overpowered, but I do think there are reasons as to why he looked like he couldn't do anything, and it's not because he wasn't thinking of it or trying. Most likely this series will look different just because Clem is a different player. Both Bjorn and Clem are known for their aggression, their micro, their marine control, sure. But one, Clem has proven over the years that he's generally better at TVZ. It's like, you know, number 1 versus number 2 or 3 Terran or whatever, right? Still big praise for Bjorn. But then also, I think as far as Bjorn has shown a little more agreeableness to playing turtle games throughout the years. Clem will also eventually, and he's even done some serious practice on it, but I think his mid-game is, you know, 100% assured. For the most part, 95% assured. Whereas Bjorn, you know, last game, he's totally skipped it. We're not going to Blaze of Glory? I don't know about that one. I think it'd be very easy to go ahead and say that if he had done that, what you're suggesting he do, he would have died 100%. Whereas if he had kept doing what he was doing, there's a chance that Raynor got overconfident and YOLO'd when he shouldn't have. Why do I say that? Well, because Bjorn has played far more of that high-level, late-game Turtle TVZ than you and I will ever, because we're both bad. And I'm certain he has experienced similar situations, although without locusts flying and killing his command centers. What is a Swarm Queen upgrade? Let's go over that specifically, because we see that pretty consistently. So the Swarm Queen costs 50/50 and 1 supply additional. Turns it permanently into a Swarm Queen. It has more health, I believe. Or is it a regular queen? No, same health, actually. Same health. More armor. There we go, more armor. Speed is faster. No, it actually is way slower off of creep. So its speed stays the same, but it's way slower off of creep. Cost 3 supply versus 2. It becomes armored, bio, and psionic. And then its attacks get better, I believe. So Its attack, its range gets increased. It gets Transfuse, which Queens also still have. But then it also gets Devour Drone. Consumes a target worker to produce 50 energy. And then they also get 2 upgrades on the Evolution Chamber, which gives them passive creep generation and armor increase. So they can be more helpful in the mid to late game. That's a lot of Lings. And I think a Widowmine did pop off, but maybe it wasn't that helpful. And it's that pretty perfect timing. Clem had yet to build up a reinforcement bulk that could take it on, so just forced to lift and leave. But he does have some harassing units dealing some almost equivalent worker damage. These Hellions will be taken care of. Raven is different. It was given its point defense drone back. It no longer has anti-armor missile. And its interference matrix can be upgraded, just like in live. But it also slows the target, I believe. I haven't seen too much of that. Once again, Lings finding just too little in the way of reinforcements. Perfect timings here from Raynor. More can be said about that. Clem wants to keep up the aggression, so he has to move out, but never seems to get enough reinforcements before Raynor's already on top of his third. That's 21 SCVs killed. Somehow only 20 show up and the unit's lost. Explain that one. I guess one shows friendly fire and one doesn't. But these are very, very, very good Ling run bys, because not only are they doing damage, they are distracting and keeping Clem off of Raynor's side of the map for so long. So much more time for Raynor to build up his army. Now, he is settled at 65 drones, which is not very impressive. But he has his 5 bases for when he will drone eventually. He is getting up to a hive, and he's adding on infestors, which, coming out this quickly, could be a real surprise to Clem. Totally baneless, by the way. And there we go. One fungal looking pretty good. One Swarm Queen helping out a little bit more. Medivac's out of energy anyway, forced to load up before they get fungled again. And Clem did build a 4th base and is taking it, so he's not losing pace on the macro front as much as some other Terrans certainly would have if they had this many Ling run-bys deal damage. But he really hasn't gotten the most control over the mid-game. Has kept Raynor, as I was pointing out, be a little low on drones. That's getting fixed. And maybe a little low on creep spread, but enough to give him fair warning. Ultralisk Cavern now over halfway done. Adrenal Glands, lickety split. Really wants these Lings to get even better. And Clem's aggression, that's way over to the right. Going from left to right here is just not quite hitting. One fungal missed, one fungal hits. Oh, that's a good fungal, and the chain fungal comes in as well. And that was while 2-2 was finishing and had finished against 1-1 Marines. That was a chain of very unfortunate events. Clem in some serious trouble, trying to get a little bit of a drop going. A couple of good Widowmine shots, but Raynor's got Lings for days. He now has 81 drones on 5 hatcheries, and they are getting better upgraded. The SC2 is about to finish for Clem, still not quite done as the Lings once again surround. But the fungals were hitting, and Adrenal Glands is going to finish. Ultras will be the follow-up here, and Clem is nowhere close. Oh god, to getting to Marauders. He's just now building Barracks 6 to 8. And he doesn't even have enough Marines to deal with this. Damn, Raynor has been all over this. This has not looked like a fair fight at any point. And it's definitely not because of the patches mod. This has been about the most live version of StarCraft you could ever ask for. And it has gone super duper in Raynor's favor. This is the most I've seen Clem die in a TVZ in a while. He never had a shot. Damn. GG's. I suppose that can happen to anyone. Even though there wasn't any trickery involved. Cheeses, surprise attacks. It was a play we would expect from these two. Clem moves out, Raynor does a Ling run by, like this isn't surprising here. And I guess even when those games happen, occasionally one or the other just dies, just flops over and dies. But it doesn't happen that often. And hopefully Clem can bounce back. He's bounced back versus Lambo. Do we have a Protoss left in this tournament, by the way? Technically, but it's Letalex versus Bjorn, so I think Bjorn's gonna win that one. Although he did take out... He took a game off of Clem. So there's a chance. That kind of sucks, though, because I think Protoss is really fun in this patch. But we didn't get the best Protoss signing up. Shameless is good. Geralt is good. Bonan can be quite cheeky. Letalex won the PvP versus Geralt. GG Machine beat Shameless. Yeah, but we didn't get Hero or Classic or Showtime or... I thought Showtime's really playing a whole lot. But he is playing. Skillus has stopped playing. It's really quite crazy. The reason I brought up Skillus is that he just popped up on my timeline. And it's kind of fun. I remember at the beginning of this patch, the 8 workers and the PTR, Skillus was definitely trying to keep his chin up. You know? I'm going to play the ad now. Well, there's not much going on. And he was trying to find the good stuff in it. And he was actually trying. Like, he was trying to use gateways over warp gates. And now he's just total hater mode. He's like, I don't play StarCraft anymore. I'm going to retweet Lambo's video and talk about how bad everything is, and we have to completely revert it. It's so... My Scrooge heart apparently grows warm when another person just lets themselves bathe in the hatred. Bottom left, Clem. Top right, Raynor. And Clem is definitely not up 1. Raynor demolished him. StarCraft 3 at BlizzCon? No, not StarCraft 3. But there will be a StarCraft shooter. This is basically a fact. Everyone's talked about it. We'll see what it looks like. Might be a side effect? Almost certainly, yes. A lot of Protosses have quit or have drastically lessened their playtime. And specifically, the top Protoss. Now, this is where a couple of bad actors come in and say it's because when they use a saying that I feel like really shouldn't be used in such a unimportant setting, because it just feels like it really dilutes the saying, which is already kind of controversial. But there's some people who are using the what is the phrase? When privilege feels like equality feels like punishment or something like that. Let me Google it. When you're accustomed to privilege, equality feels like oppression. There you go. I just feel like it's so stupid to use that phrase in a video game. But anyway, there's some people who out there who are like, this is the just reward for Protoss taking advantage of us for 6 years, because Protoss have overrepresented top levels of StarCraft. And I just think that's so disingenuous. It's such an asshole move. It's like, that could be true. I'm not saying that isn't true. Like, Protoss, I think, overrepresentation in like Master and Grandmasters might have actually been a problem. But I don't think it's one where you're like, well, now that you're just been shoved face first into the mud and kicked and had all your shit stolen, this is what you deserve. You know what I mean? Like, the Protoss could, get mud thrown at them, like a kind of a nerf, and I feel like Protoss wouldn't be quitting in troves, and you could still be like, well, this is what you deserve. But this is just so overboard. I mean, the amount of Protoss who are not gelling with the live is just It's not only incredible in a very bad way, but it's obviously incredibly detrimental to StarCraft as a whole. And being flippant about it is just such an asshole move. Got a lot of time to talk because we're still seeing some really basic build orders. 3CC111. Rainer's baneless aggression worked out wonderfully. One thing I could say here that maybe the patches mod could help if Rainer goes baneless again. I would like to see Clem go for Hellbats as a core part of his composition, which I think some other Terran did. And I'm not sure who it was. Was it Kira? Was it Bjorn? Was it Clem? Don't remember. But I do think that can be a good option, because in this patch, the Hellbats are more microable. And in a sense, kind of do more damage because of the more microable they are. So they're just better. And if you're not going to deal with Banelings, Hellbats aren't really great versus Ling, because the amount that they soak up, but they always trade, isn't really worth it. But if Rainer's going to go Baneliness again, I would like to see that. Queens can morph. They get into a superior swarm queen. It also has the Devour ability, should they need an extra couple of transfuse or something. They can get energy by devouring a drone. We do have Banshees on the way, but I don't think Clem's going to add on the new Banshee upgrade. He's going into Bio, so probably to stop at 2 or maybe 3 Banshees. Did this map always look like a Warcraft map? Yes. It is named Blackrock after the Warcraft map. And it's got Warcraft doodads. +1 Carapace. Look at he's split here from Rainer. Continuing to build up his drone count as Clem gets his 3rd base without any interruption. Oh, speaking of drones, already good shots from the Hellions, which survive. That's a nice find. And the Banshees think they have a shot to cancel this 4th base, and I think they're right about that. Spore Crawler not quite reaching far enough. The hatchery will have to be canceled. So 2 good finds here for Clem. Maybe getting some of that sour taste of the first game out of his mouth. And the Hellions decide to dive and are captured. So not as worthwhile there, but that's fine. I think they already did their job. It really is incredible how many it feels like dedicated StarCraft people have, like, do not enjoy this patch. You know what really is bothersome? I think this is maybe the worst patch. Not this. This is the mod. This is a mod on basically 12 workers. So, like, it's better. It's by default better. But the live version is the worst patch ever. And that might not be an exaggeration, because what it has against other patches is that I feel like there were a decent number of people immediately calling it. Like, some other patches have ended up bad, but it was more of a minority being like, this will be bad. I feel like this was the majority of age StarCraft players were like, 8 workers is gonna suck. And it was ignored. You know, like the Queen buff in 2011, that ended up causing problems. Obviously, Swarm Host became an expansion on a patch, but you could call it a patch, and that was terrible. This is pretty unique. Well done, intern. Double drops. Hoping to catch Rainer. Rainer seems to think this map is just not going to be very fun for grabbing a 5th. 2 extra macro hatcheries when he's not been going for macro hatcheries in his previous TVZs. I think he just believes he will not be able to get a 5th base up and running very easily. Needs to consolidate, needs to defend 4, and just, you know, live through Clem's aggression. Once again, Baneless. Hive's on the way, Infestors as well. Clem has not gone into Hellbats, but not surprised by that. I think it would be a decent idea. This looks like good old-fashioned Widow Mines. And no additional upgrades. No fancy new upgrades from the mod. Infestor is scanned, pulls back to the Widow Mine, and most importantly, away from that fungal. These drops are keeping tabs on the Zerg player. They're not really doing much to stop Raynor from getting to where he wants to be, which is Hive, 4 base economy, and generally into Ultras, but we see that Aspire has also been built, so it could be opening up a possibility of Broodlords later on. I'm a little surprised he gets that now, however. Maybe we'll see Corruptors added earlier on for some anti-medevac. If Clem's going to see this. You know, if you're really dependent on fungals, they're not particularly mobile. They're kind of hard to control in 1, 2, 3, 4 places at once, right? You could try and just start to pull them apart. We'll see what he gets from that. He's not particularly rich, and Corruptors are expensive alongside Ultras, too. Raynor's got a little bit of an upgrade lead once again, but very much a tiny one. 2-2's almost done for Clem. 4th base set up as a planetary as well. Ultra's definitely going to be helpful, as the Marauder count is still kind of low. I mean, 8's certainly better than where he was last game. He's actually gotten to his additional barracks with Tech Labs. And hopefully we'll see that advanced... What is it? Not advanced deployment. Accelerated deployment? Well, no, that's the medevac one. We'll see the one that increases the Marauder production. Because this game seems like it's going to get to a point where Clem can start to afford some additional upgrades. Definitely been keeping Raynor under his thumb a bit more. Raynor's not really gotten any chance for a run by this game, has he? I don't think so. So just about surviving. He got to the fungals, now he needs to get to these Ultras, and with the Marauder count increasing, he's not just going to simply win when Ultras appear. He needs to actually get somewhere of a surround or a good fungal. 1 Ultra's here, but without chitinous plating. Hatchery killed. Macro hatchery could be used to mine, but not very efficiently. That will also be killed. We're a little less dependent on macro hatcheries for its larva, since we're adding on Ultras, but still bad signs here. Raynor's starting to lose control of the game, which never quite so dominant here from Clem as game 1 for Raynor, but certainly Clem has been in control of this game for quite some time. Maybe it all started with those Hellions killing more than they should, the Banshee getting canceled on the 4th. That definitely interrupted Raynor's flow. And he's been trying to recover. Corruptors are on the way, so yes, going to help out against medevacs, but you might also assume Liberators are on the way, and that would be a good assumption. My opinion on anything? Clem able to macro just as freely as he would ever want. Nothing coming over to his side of the map, getting extra bases, getting a 5th base. Liberators now sieging up in a pretty brutal choke. Corruptors are out, but then to actually get them in a position to go after them. I mean, they're covered by Widow Mines too. Eesh. That's a hard Terran army to break. But if Raynor goes for any other base, then he gets really... He's going to have a hard time defending against drops. It might still be something that he needs to do and just hope that Clem doesn't think about it. No, he's going to go ahead and break it. He's going to try anyway. Ugh, instantly getting some infestors deleted. Only 1 fungal got thrown out on top of medevacs. That's all in the army. There's a better one. The Ultras do not have their healing upgrade, however, but that's still going to be good enough. Just plain old armored Ultras. Enough to push this back. That wasn't a fantastic engagement from Raynor, but it was good enough. And actually getting better here. The medevac's trying to go back in, but that was a big mistake. Clem loses the rest of the army that he'd almost saved. As well as finally having to worry about his base back at home. 15 SCVs went down. Command center dangerously close to dying. There we go. Repair is going to go through. Well, that ended up being quite good for Raynor then, who is going to finally get some breathing room on his own. Now he can macro up a little bit more, and he can engage his opponents. Gotta be careful. There's a lot of command centers, a lot of SimCity, and the reinforcements came quick enough, even without that upgrade. But he can at least do something. Corruptor peeing. Actually, I think he's going to kill this. Oh, no, he's going to run away from just those Marines. He could have sacked like 3 or 4 Corruptors to kill the Planetary, but that's probably not worth it. So there we go, finally being able to expand. This is an incredibly courageous expansion. Maybe thinking that Clem won't go that direction. We'll see it. That's possible. And Raynor's still sharking around, too. Catches a Liberator, Ling's on top of the third, and the new building base kills that one. Just happy it's getting a little more back and forth. Raynor really had to struggle to defend. He had to put everything into the defense. It was dangerously close to being broken. Thought losing that third hatch was going to be it, but he is recovered, and while he's not exactly thriving, he's getting closer to it. When the bases pop up, 80 drones saturate them, he'll start to build up that bank that he needs. Unfortunately, taking a bad fight while I'm talking. 3 Ultras taken out for free. 1 saved by the Transfuse. They do also now have the healing upgrade, so whenever Ultras get to chomp chomp, they will heal for 10% of the damage they dealt. Crackling's in the main base, dealing a lot of SCV damage. Clem has 2 planetaries and 5 orbitals, so he can replace those no problem, but pulling back like that opens up weak points elsewhere. This base constantly a weak point, despite some attempted defenses. More SCVs go down. This base also somewhat in trouble. Nope, Bio Army is on top of that. I think he scouted the space, by the way, so he got to cancel, and then Raynor just thinks he can get it. He's going to build it back up. Bio Army without any ghosts, struggling to take care of these Ultras fast enough alongside so many Lings, and no Medivacs to heal up this army either. Caduceus would be... Well, no, Caduceus is... I feel like Caduceus is almost worse for what you would usually... The stage at which you would get Caduceus for its regen properties. So Medivacs have more consistent energy. I think is a better upgrade than the double healing, actually. Double healing sounds freaking amazing, right? Like everyone would initially say, hey, that's great. But when you consider that, you know, one of the biggest problems in any type of late game TVZ, I would say, even if Clem was turtling, is Medivac energy. I don't know. Oh, it is both double energy? Okay. Then it's still almost a dangerous upgrade to do, I suppose, in a way, but just with double healing, hopefully you would survive some of these engagements. I'd love to see it in action, but I'm not thinking about any of the new upgrades for this mod. Does manage to find some decent engagements. Once again, trying to get into this choke to really abuse his opponents. Knows about this base being retake. I mean, I don't... Actually, I find this base so funny. It is the only other base on the right side, yes, but it's just so... It's so much the Terran's base. It's rude, almost. Raynor definitely needs more bases, and going from far left to far right could eventually start to hurt. As Clem does start to redirect towards the left side, did also send a little hit squad over to the right. It's like both players aren't really bothering with any advanced upgrades. I mean, Clem is without a bank. He is struggling on the gas right now, and he's not even building ghosts. He's just trying to rebuild his army, and oh, God, that was a good fungal. So much army killed. Clem is still okay supply-wise, and both players are struggling to get a bank. But Clem is dangerously low on the gas. Needs to get some of these gases up now that the planetaries are protecting them. Just single gas guys on these bases, though. Additional liberators would also be helpful. I don't know, I guess we're just not going to go into ghosts, but usually you need at least one or the other, like a lot of liberators or a lot of ghosts. Right now it seems to be working out, but it just seems so dangerous to play without one or the other. The bio has to be paid attention to so keenly. We already saw once or twice it getting fungled brutally. Still dealing with Ling run-bys. They're getting successful run-bys. I mean, they're trading well enough. Anytime Raynor has to retreat, he's protected by the fungals, so Clem can't quite find the follow-up that he's hoping for. Does find a fungal or a fester there and get fungled. I do wish Clem would, but he's so low on resources. There are a couple of upgrades I am thinking would be useful. Caduceus, and then the deployment of the Medivacs could be helpful. Maybe the deployment of the Medivacs isn't helpful enough, because as long as you're just like, you know, if the units aren't there, if you're out of vision, then this unloading is fast enough. Yeah. Fire suppression, not that that would have saved that planetary, also might be a helpful upgrade, but helpful enough to use your very last resources. That's more the conundrum. Top left base going to go down. Raynor really needs these bases. And he's back down to his original 4, and this is definitely not a guaranteed base. Ultra speed doesn't exist in this, does it? Does it? I thought... Oh, no, maybe... Oh, I'm thinking of Lurker's burrow speed. That doesn't exist. Then yes. He has forgotten it. Made sure to get the healing, though. Raynor losing out in very important bases where Clem is scraping by in typical Terran fashion. The resource trade was 2,000 in Clem's favor pretty consistently throughout this game, I want to say. Now starting to reach up to 4,000 and 5,000 as Raynor is losing bases. This is a very, very good sign for Clem. Clem even getting bases to mine more consistently as he applies the pressure and as he puts Raynor into a more difficult position. So he's really just popping off on all fronts. Raynor beat Beyond. This is just a difficult map, I think, for Zerg. It's big, but there's a lot of chokes, and the bases, past 4 bases, are kind of hard to get. Something that Raynor was very keen on, very aware of, for the way that he's played. And it seemed like his relentless aggression was starting to tip the scales in his favor, but a couple of bad fights, a couple of times where he was just unable to have units every which way on the map, and gotten to the point where we are looking at Raynor possibly tapping out, although this actually ends up being a pretty damn good fight, coming in from multiple directions, getting the cleanup on the medevacs thanks to the Corruptors. Clem has taken out a 3rd hatch, but that one isn't finding very much anyway. It's not quite over yet, but Clem has 2 fresh bases, well, fresh-ish bases mining. Raynor just now getting his up, but he's taken 2 amazing engagements, once again finding all of the army. Medevacs included, they are not cheap to replace. Clem maybe thought at the same time that I did, that, hey, I'm gonna win now, right? And then has this really awkward fight. Where was it around? Kind of around here, right? Or he couldn't back up any farther, his back was against a wall, and the units were coming from all different directions, and it was just enough units. Combined with the Corruptors especially, which Raynor never sacrificed. Sometimes it can feel like Corruptors aren't helpful. You might as well try and suicide them onto a base to kill it. But they are very expensive to remake. And have obviously been killing many of these medevacs. 22 of them have gone down. More Liberators being produced. Some Ghost as well. Clem did have an injection of resources. I thought this was only 1 gas. My bad. That one was just hidden. This one's just 1 gas. But he's had an injection of resources at a very needed time. He was so low on gas, and then he was actually down to single-digit minerals at one point. Having these bases secured and the Lings stopping their run-bys on the 3rd of this is almost mined out. Big deals for Clem. So he was able to get a replacement army for the ones that he lost, as well as improve the army. Raynor is also now finally getting a fresh injection of minerals. That's as keen on getting the gases as of yet, but he will eventually need that too. Things have really calmed down. You know, Clem, I think he thought he was winning, which I don't think he was losing, but he was winning, trying to apply the pressure consistently. He started to lose out, said, okay, take a chill pill. It's fair enough. And for Raynor, well, he actually just needed Clem to take a chill pill. Finally get these bases up. 3 hatcheries mining would be such a big deal. But Clem is also getting this time, and he's getting up to another base mining here, another base mining off to the right. That is going to be basically all the bases. It's very unlikely Clem will get this one. But this has at least been a action-packed late-game TVZ. There is that rapid deployment for the medevac, so they're going to unload much quicker when this upgrade finishes. Fusion core is coming through as well, and that could give him a few additional upgrades. Liberator range, usually. But then what other upgrades does it give? I feel like it gives a few. Clem figured out its patches mod. Nah. Again, I think there's just I don't think there's as much incentive for the Terran as for the Zerg and Protoss to invest in the new upgrades until it is late game. This particular late game, this is late game. Like this 15 to 20 something minute mark, I think was just so close. It was such a tight game that Clem literally couldn't afford additional upgrades. Even like old ones. Like he wouldn't even be able to afford building armor if that still existed. Now both players have a little more freedom. We see some, I think, good additional upgrades. There's the reinforcement. That's going to make Marauders and Ghosts reinforce faster. Anything from a Tech Lab barracks. So usually Marauders and Ghosts. For up their numbers, good, but you don't want to just run over a Terran army to get those Liberators. Probably two of the best upgrades. Well, certainly one of them. I don't know about the medevac upgrade, honestly. The deployment for them being faster, I'm not sure is going to impact the game a lot. But definitely Tech Lab building faster is a good one. I would like to see Caduceus Reactor. Oh, big break on the right side. Big attempted break. We had even some static defense included to try and hold this position, and Raynor manages to break out, not without his own losses, of course, but it seems like it was good enough. A lot because I guess all the ghosts were elsewhere. If the ghosts were part of that engagement, hell no. Like, the Zerg doesn't break that. But the ghosts decided to go over on the left, take down a hatchery all by themselves, and then maybe get a couple of snipes. These Ultras aren't protected by Fungals or Lings. I mean, this can be so dangerous, but we can see that Clem thinks it's worth it as he also tries to defend back at home. Just pure Ultra really is not what you want to... It's not really what you want to be engaging with. It's so easy to micro against them at this stage. Any amount of Lings, any amount of Fungal threat makes it such a different dynamic. Another command center falls, but Clem had built quite a few. It's 3 planetaries, 9 orbitals. Looks like he was planning on taking these resources. That's so good. Air armor was the emphasis, mech armor, which has benefited the medevacs for their armor and the Liberators, but now also getting some more Liberator damage doesn't hurt. The only upgrade I could really think of, is Caduceus right now. I mean, I'd also like to see nukes being made, personally, because they are cheaper. And while they don't have the same power as before, it's still, if you get a nuke on an army, that's helpful. You get a distraction just with one unit as opposed to a whole squad of units. I feel like that still can be helpful. Just thinking of additional things that Clem could be adding on, but I think right now a lot of the emphasis is just making sure there's no way that he loses the game. Which means paying very close attention to his army, not letting it get fungled and surrounded. And then other than that, he built the extra command centers. He got the extra bases. He's put himself into a winning position by slowing things down, even though that also gave Raynor some time to recover. At the end of the day, if both players are licking their wounds, the Zerg player needs more resources. If you're going to push it to the limit, literally all resources gone from the map, the Zerg is going to be in trouble, especially when it's been so close like this. So it almost inevitably favored Clem. Ghosts are here, by the way. I don't think you break this position now. Now all you do is run away and get sniped. Although that was a good fungal. Oh, that was an excellent fungal! Oh my god, that's the entire Terran army! Raynor breaking through, taking a hell of a fight. Liberator is left to die. And Raynor's not going to stop. He knows that he can't give time for Clem to reinforce. He's going to chase after the army, but hey, that rapid deployment of the medevacs helped. Some bases going to fall, at the very least stop mining. And Raynor gets some time to, I guess, put his drones back on. Hatcheries didn't actually die. It's still a game here. Raynor refuses to give up. That was one hell of a maneuver. It didn't quite kill everything, though. 10 medevacs still alive, 7 liberators quickly rebuilt because there's 3 starports on the map. That was one good fungal. But it's still only... It actually still ended up as a trade better for Clem by the looks of things. I feel like he was ahead by 4,000, and now he's ahead by 5,000 resources. Ugh. You can't ask for much better than that. I don't know what Raynor can do now to win this game. Down 60 supply. Can't get enough bases, even if he did get this one. I still don't think that's enough resources for a Zerg player to win in this situation. It looks like he is going to try. Clem could just use mules here. They wouldn't be very efficient, but if they steal the minerals, that would be fair game. This is the Widowmine Shredder upgrade. Not that he really has. Oh, whoa, 16. Wait, where are they? Where are they? I was like, he's not that many. He's got 6 in the army, and then the rest are just scouted around every which way. Which again, like they're not really. So many of the Zerg units are one and done. The Widowmine either hits him or it doesn't. You know that maybe the armor shred isn't that important. They are technically going to be helpful against the Corruptors and the Ultras, especially. They're already okay against them anyway because they ignore armor, but now they reduce the armor. That could be very helpful. There's an Infestor, and then Fungal's not really equivalent. Raynor's just hoping for another engagement like the previous one, but it wasn't even good enough is the really scary thing. That last engagement was so good for Raynor, and it still wasn't actually good enough. He's going to try and go for it again, but Clem's siege-hopping missile turrets. Corruptors come in. Corruptors get sniped. Sorry, dude. Ghosts are still good. Raynor barely getting maxed out. Very close to it. Decides to just try and go for the break here while the army's a little out of position. Very out of position, really. So these ghosts are in trouble. Missile turrets getting destroyed. Not a bad find by Raynor, but again, is it good enough? He's the one that's without a bank. Resources lost, continuing to inch farther ahead for Clem, now up 7,000. And this will be the last engagement. As it goes in favor of Clem, Raynor cannot remax. He has to pick up, but just go to underneath the Liberators. Unfortunately for Clem, or unfortunately for Raynor, Clem never got quite as poor. When he was as poor as Raynor, they both were on a knife's edge, and then Clem got much richer. If there was one less base for Clem to take, who knows how this game could have looked, but I think Raynor is thinking that it's a little more desperate for Clem than it is. There we go. The series will be tied up after a very long game, too. I think that was a tough map for Raynor. He let it through with the vetoes, so it's not the one that he hates the most, but I think that was tough. It was a tough game overall, of course, because the very beginning didn't go the way that Raynor wanted. Triple G. The good game. If this was Kespa sanctioned, Raynor would have been disqualified. He's out of here. You had the audacity to add another G? Get the fuck out. And conversely, if you didn't do triple P for pause, you're also disqualified. Get out. Oh, he's our guard. He's our purple. Being all cute. Bjorn asked if he could obs, and Clem said no. And I don't know if Clem was kidding, Chris. He was kidding. I don't think Clem doesn't really care. I would think Raynor might actually care, because if he has to face Bjorn again, which seems to be the case. But these guys are also friends, and they don't really care that much. It's not like it's a Katowice. Which we'll never have again. Also doesn't exist as a tournament anymore. Now it's Krakow. It's tied up 1-1. Bottom left, Clem. Bottom right, Raynor. On the Patches SC versus mod. I mean, that was a heck of a game, too. That was a good game. Raynor was struggling, but looked like he was going to persevere against all odds multiple times. We had a complete reset, which does not happen often, where both players really do just both agree we're exhausted. It's like if two boxers were constantly duking it out, and it wasn't a bell that told them to go to their corners and take a seat, right? It was just them in the middle of a fight being like, okay, man, my arms are tired. Yeah, me too, man. And then they both just didn't do anything. Doesn't happen too often, but it did that game. And I think the map certainly played into that. The way that it is divided makes it very difficult, especially as you start to lose resources on one side of the map, and then it kind of turns your most vital bases over on the other side, and suddenly it's a cross map situation almost. Kind of just gives a possibility of slowing the game down. They just get yeah, Raynor and Clem, they're getting old. What are they? Mid-20s? I don't even think they're mid-20s. I think they're 23 and 24 or something. Like, they're over the hill. Apollo's being really cute. It's important for you guys to see him being really cute. He's just putting like his whole weight against me. Oh, it's like he left. One Rex expand from Clem. Looks to be 3cc. Oh, nope, adds a gas, never mind. So, 111, 3cc. And for Raynor, well, one of his goals here is not to have 6 drones killed to Hellions and a hatchery denied. That's what started him off incorrectly in game 2. Clem might opt for the Hellion Banshees again because it worked out so damn well in the previous game. I don't know if Raynor's really going to change up what worked out so freaking well in Game 1. Game 1 was not close. Raynor won, and then he didn't stop winning. What? That is a double starport. Guys, we got something different. Guys. Guys, Clem's doing a different build. Guys, double starport. This is where we might actually see Banshee's AoE upgrade. Maybe. I was like, there's a possibility for a Battlecruiser, but I don't think so. I feel like the Battlecruiser build is slightly different than this too, but I haven't done it in a very long time. But regardless, we are getting Banshees, not Battlecruisers. So we're not getting a Fusion Core as of yet, but we still could, because I think you need the Fusion Core to get the AoE upgrade. But even if we don't talk about that, even if we don't talk about that possibility, double Banshee can be such a surprise, a game-winning surprise, and oh, this is the game that Rainer decided to go for roaches. I mean, whether it's Lings or roaches, if it's a surprise, it's a deadly surprise. I'm just thinking if he tries to go for any type of roach play, aggressive roach play, he's gonna be so sad. He's like, why this game do you go double Banshee? What? Come on, man. This could just be defensive roaches, right? A handful of roaches helping out with the Lings. But we don't even have Ling. We don't have. Well, no, I mean, no, that actually encourages that it could be that. He might be going for the safe, but greedy style of Zerg. Now, usually it'd be safe. You'd get your roaches to protect you in the early game. Eventually turn them into Ravagers. I think eventually get speed. You know, you delay it a long time. Or you're getting this kind of quick hive. The problem is that would generally be safe against almost all the expected Terran stuff, right? You figure out if they're going 1-1-1, you get queens and you position them well. You figure out they're going to 2-1-1, you get the appropriate number of roaches to defend against that. If you never figure out that they're going for Banshees and what looks to be Hellbat Banshee, you are in so much trouble. Now, the Banshees have not been seen, but Mech basically has. No tech lab on the barracks, and the factory is still producing Hellions past 8. That's Mech. So, you do have to worry about Hellbats in general. Not so much a timing, but the fact that it's alongside double Banshee is why I'm still very concerned. Cloak's done. Hyperplate Rotor is also going to finish. Fusion Core is on the way. I think we are going to see that AoE ability. We're also just generally going to see Mech, which Rainer knows about. Now, we have kind of reached a time where I'm wondering if the Banshees will get surprise damage done, because it looks like Rainer has actually picked up on that. Not that he saw the Banshees at the second starport, but a significant delay on the additional factories, perhaps. And then just maybe Clem has used this against him. So double Spore in the main. Queen's ready to go as well. It's like he actually did see them. This is such a good defense. Yes, in this mod, they get an AoE ability. They get to shoot in a line, which I think is a campaign thing. There it is. So they do get scarier. Now, I've seen this once before from a Terran player, and I was really excited. And unfortunately, they're still glass cannons, so it wasn't as simple as, hey, now Banshees are much better. I mean, they are in the ideal scenarios, which is they are harassing unprotected areas. They're even better at that. But if they are found against Queens or Hydras or whatever Corruptors, they are still going to die. And so the Banshees that I saw last week weren't very impressive. One Banshee's already fallen. Another two are very, very close to dying. You obviously have to respect the Banshees. You can't just say, I'll always have ground anti-air in position. You know, even a couple Spore Crawlers suddenly become suspect if you get that many Banshees. So, yes, you are forcing the Zerg player to go for a Spire, but this is a fair response. This is not Rainer over-responding, or now his build is all types of messed up because he had to go for a Spire. 3 bases now up for Clem. Not quite on the gases. Just now adding on that 4th and 5th factory. So that should really highlight how dedicated the Banshees have been to add in here. It's not just the Banshees haven't done as much as we're all hoping for. I guess we all want to see the AoE ability really pop off. Just to have something different. Not because I'm cheering for Clem. It's that they have significantly delayed any amount of follow-up from a mech player. Now, if you're going to go into tank mech, you could argue that the delayed follow-up is okay as long as you don't die because of it. You're, at the end of the day, usually turtling to a certain point anyway. But if you're following up with Cyclone Hellion, that's when it's kind of like, not the same tempo. Zerg player feels a lot more comfortable. They're like, this isn't that big of a deal. I'm not getting ransacked in 3rd and 4th and trying to get a 5th and failing. Like, Raynor is once again seen the situation and said, okay, I'm not going to try and overreach and overstep. I can't afford what I need on 4 bases, so I think just playing really smart. Clem's actually adding in Vikings, which I think is interesting. Corruptors are expensive, and I think whenever I play Zerg, I always think they're so expensive. It feels like they're more expensive than the resource cost is. Annoying to get. As a Terran player, I think Vikings are kind of annoying to get too, actually. Their range is fantastic, and their micro is good. But I never really want to go Vikings into Corruptors, you know? Well, this is a bad scenario. The Cyclone's caught by the Lings. The Hellions maybe could have barbecued the Lings fast enough to try and retreat, but the Roaches are also getting a decent surround, and that was perfect for Raynor. Raynor has to make sure his lair doesn't somehow get destroyed. I believe this is the Ravager upgrade. Yes, it is. So their corrosive bile will fall faster. Roach, Ravager, Corruptor might do the trick, but you do need a couple of Overseers. Pneumatize Carapace is done. They were just late to the party. And now the Banshees can't do very much. The Vikings being added in, it's something you just don't see very often, and I do wonder if this will be good enough. It might just be. We're about to be at 6 Vikings. The Cyclones obviously can get lock-ons as well, and the Banshees ideally kill the Roach Ravager, which they do, faster than the other way around. They absolutely did. Raynor trying to remax Liggity Split. Was not expecting such a poor engagement. But Clem pulled back, and by the time he really tried to force it... What are you doing, Hellbat? He's skating, man. They're skating. Clem had reinforced, additional 20 supply. No. The Vikings don't get any upgrades. That would be... Imagine Vikings with AoE. That'd be crazy. Ooh, what is this upgrade? I don't know what either one of these upgrades are. I'm gonna guess... This actually might be a Viking upgrade. I don't remember. They don't get the Banshee upgrade. But oh god, the Widowmines do a little bit of splashback. Roach Ravager remaxes quickly, and Clem wasn't quite as prepared. Banshee is also getting destroyed. It's no longer helpful. We're entirely dependent on the ground army. A couple of tanks missing to anchor this position, and we're running out of room to micro the Hellion Cyclone. They don't quite have all of their upgrades. I think they're getting 2 upgrades right now, and they don't have either one. Command Center forced to lift and leave, could die as well. SCV's trying to maybe get that repair. They will. So still on 4 bases with extra command centers. This game isn't over, but Clem needs to reinforce. Can he do it fast enough? Only on 5 factories instead of the usual 8 because he emphasized the starport production instead. Ling still helping out. The Hellion number is not big enough. Once again, command center forced to leave. I do wonder what this will look like when the Cyclone upgrades are done. Now they are both finished. As I said, maybe just like a couple of tanks can really help you in those scenarios. Corrosive Bile is going to take a little bit of getting used to. You're not practicing against the upgraded Ravagers in your day-to-day. But the Corrosive Bile is falling way faster. More Vikings still being produced, and that might eventually open up the opportunity to go back into Banshees. Which is what he's trying to do. Trying to expand too, but Corruptors are on the case. Army's a little disjointed, which just makes it harder on the Terran, because they're the ones that have to micro them both back, and back. Which again, we're running out of room to do so. Clam has not been able to reinforce to a good supply. I think that's it. Raynor's just reinforcing too fast, too furious. He's gonna have 1 supply Roaches too eventually. Continuing with this momentum, not trying to tech has earned Raynor victory by the looks of things. I do think 1 or 2 tanks would have been helpful. There's always the case of building tanks, teaching them, and then immediately getting corrosive biled, and then you're like, why did I do that? But I also think that the Banshees were ultimately a failure. The dedication to a 3rd starport especially was not worth it. Yeah. Once apply a new upgrade, I mean it's the for the mod? It's a mod upgrade. Now we've gotten to Hydras as well, which don't have their additional health upgrade as of yet. But now the Vikings feel really useless. Yeah, I don't know. I'm sus on the Banshee upgrade. But in this case, I mean, sometimes you just go for a 2 Banshee build and it doesn't work. But what I'm more sus is the continued investment into starports. Yep. Hydras will win this game. And Raynor will advance to the finals, the finals. So Bjorn defeated Lambo, and now Bjorn is waiting for Clement. It's going to be a TVT. Probably. Clem's been playing TVT. Clem might have taken a little break. It was a pretty long TVZ. I'm gonna BRB. Oh, no, Clem's here. I'll wait till the lobby's up. So they were offered to play a best of 1, but Bjorn wanted to play a best of 3. That guy plays maybe too much StarCraft. All right. They're going to be playing a TVP. Clem isn't about that TVT life after giving it, 3 weeks. I'll choose the players, and then I'm going to BRB. Bottom right, Clem. Top left, Bjorn. Has the observer been good? Is it better than mine? I'm just leave it on him. Alright, so yeah, Clem was playing TVT for a while. And he wasn't doing terribly, but maybe he got tired of it. Or maybe thinks that Protoss is fun to play in this mod, and it's not fun to play in the patch, which I think is quite funny, but yeah. This could be a lot of reasons. You have to ask him. Gun goes for a nice safe high ground command center. Clem was unfortunately engineer bay block, so it takes the third. But I mean, Protoss are so used to this. I'm pretty sure he said he didn't like toss on the patch as well. Second barracks actually for Beyond, not a factory. So slight change up from usual. Even off-race Protoss don't like the live patch. How about that? Oh, with 3 racks. Totally up to 3 racks. Okay, that could be a surprise. But then again, there's kind of a reason it's not as popular as it was. But Beyond brings it out. I mean, kind of commonly. I feel like once per TVP best of 3. While we wait for the 3 racks to get up and running, because that's really what we're going to be waiting for. I'm going to Twilight Council. Let's talk about Reddit. No, I was looking at Reddit thread, Lambo's videos response, and just there's one guy who's an idiot. But in general, I love when a person on Reddit is like, Redditors are all stupid. And I'm like, you're a Redditor. How? And, you know, some people might get away with the response of like, well, not really. I spend very little time. Look at my post history. But it's really, really brilliant when someone is obviously perpetually online on Reddit, just responding to everything, and is the absolute description of a Redditor, and is like, but I'm a better person than all these schmucks. He blocks everyone, apparently. Well, I think I'll be... Once he learns that I shit talk him on stream, I'll get blocked. Or maybe I'll get blocked because I responded to him with this exact thing. Oh, the Adept got in. He's going to scout that is a 3 racks. That is very nice for the Protoss to know as fast as possible. They'll figure it out in other ways eventually, but... To know this fast... Yeah, this also means that there won't be any drops, so Clem can focus entirely on the forward position. Although, slightly before Blink, so that kind of sucked, but... And he'll know, like, what the timing to be afraid of is, right? Rather than trying to maybe inch out a macro build that could be vulnerable to this. He certainly will not be caught off guard. Warpism is being made, so the intent is still to do some harassment with 3, actually 4th gateway added on here. But I don't think he's actually going to go into a 4-gate defensive attack. To do so against a 3 racks is... Well, it's not impossible. It's just dangerous. If you do exhaust the Terran player, because the medevacs are very late, so as I said, it's not impossible. If you exhaust the Terran, get them stim and there's no medevacs, it's very possible for you to go for an actual attack. I've seen max packs get that result. There's an echo chamber problem. Sure. I actually don't think there really is for this particular issue, though. Just because it's been so divided for so long. This is not the final. This is the lower bracket final. Whoever wins this goes to face Raynor in the finals. With Clem adding on a Templar Archives, and then as you can see, now adding on Storm. It's pretty... Oh, whoa, wait, what? Wait, what? What happened? I looked away. 2 Stalkers died, but that's not much. The 2 High Templars died as well, and it looks like Clem... I think he just lost track of the army. He thought it had pulled back. So he was going to go for a little bit of harassment. And instead it just shows up at his 3rd, kills the High Templars that he warped in, and then kills the entire mineral line, and wins the game. My bad. That was absolutely 100% not how this was supposed to go. Clem, that must have been the case, right? He thought the army had retreated and it actually just moved to the side. Oh, that I don't think is something you recover from. There's a small, very slim chance with Storm and 3 bases producing probes. If it was 2 bases, forget about it. There's a slim chance. Dion would really have to mess up. Oh, Storm wasn't ready. Okay, now it is. Storm is a little bit different, as you can see with the effect. And since we're about to... This could be the end. I don't want to look it up. I didn't think it looked that much like Brood War. It might have the same damage as Brood War for all I know. It's definitely a different graphic. I do like what Clem is doing here. He's applying pressure with a very, very, very limited amount of units. Comically small number of Protoss units here. But hoping that the Storm will just barely be enough to trade out while he does get his probe count back up almost to even. Not quite there yet. And Beyond is grabbing a third base as well as a Ghost Academy, so you can only depend on Storms for so long. Alright, so Storm cost is decreased, its range is increased, its radius is decreased, its damage is a lot of numbers I can't tell really quickly, because again, this could end. If Clem loses this army, as pitiful as it is his only army. Clem is playing well. I think tossed a little unbalanced. You mean in this mod? Because I feel like a lot of people miss out that this is a mod. This game had nothing to do with balance, though. Storm is more DPS, but less total damage. Okay, thank you. This had nothing to do with balance. Clem lost track of the army. And a tiny bio ball was able to find the third base totally undefended. Like that's just a whoops-a-daisy. Yeah, the fact that Clem is still in it is more... yeah. It's like, is Protoss overpowered? No, I mean, if this happens in any version of the game, I would say it is difficult to put a cap on it, killing the Storm player even when you do get to Ghosts, just because at the end of the day, it buys time. If you have to get the Ghost in position to get the EMP, if you barely miss it and they can still Storm, you gotta respect it, but doesn't mean that Clem's actually winning. Clem is doing everything he would need to do to win, though. The aggression... The Warp Prism usage, although it did die, and that was a big bummer alongside the Robo. Oh my god. Big bummers. If he had not lost the Robo, he's getting a Colossus, he's getting a 4th Nexus. The Warp Prism could have been a threat to Beyond's main base. These are all things that were looking good, but eventually Beyond pushes through. In the bottom right, it is Clem. In the top left, it is Beyond. I didn't actually catch it, but Clem must have lost track of the army. Easy to do. Think the army goes home. You know, the Terran, if it's 3 racks is caught, it might try and push out to see what it can do, but then... Yeah, okay. That's so funny, though, because Beyond totally accounted for the 8 workers, didn't he? I feel like I know exactly what happened. Whoever hosted the lobby, Clem, I think, Clem clicked the second mod that he almost always uses for the regular patch. And then when he went to remake it, that had become the first mod based on what you last played, so... Third time's the charm. So, what was I doing? Alright, yeah. Bottom right, Clem. Top left, Bjorn. Bjorn is up 1. Almost assuredly, Clem lost track of the army. 3 Rax players might try and move out, but once they're found and, you know, microed against, they go, okay, fair enough, need to wait for medevacs. Not Bjorn. Bjorn just moved the army, and Clem did not account for it. Too big of damage. If he had lost just the High Templars, you know, whatever. But to lose 26 probes. And yet, I do feel like the way he was playing was giving himself a shot. He doesn't lose the Warp Prism. Some slightly better micro, maybe. Not to lose the Warp Prism, but also doesn't lose a couple Stalkers, a couple High Templar. He was getting a 4th base. He was getting up to Colossus. Doesn't lose the Robo. As much as that should just be Bjorn's game, killing that many workers. Clem knew what to do to try and make a game out of it. But you know, what's better than trying to make a game out of a bad game is just not to have a bad game to begin with. Just don't lose 26 workers. Just don't lose. Has he thought about that? God. Looks like Clem isn't super eager to stop this Engineering Bay block. If they are going to show a pattern of Engineering Bay blocks, you can preemptively pull like a probe to see the SCV coming, and when you do, you can pull the probes. But then it gets kind of weird, because like if they see a probe tracking their SCV, they might not do the Engineering Bay block, and if you do pre-pull probes, then it's just, you know, they won't Engineering Bay block. They'll be like, aha, your probes lost mining. You can also auto-build a Zealot and then pull some probes if they do go for it. But hey, anyway. At this point in time, there is a absolute downside to taking your 3rd as your natural, which is your probes take longer to get over here. So there's absolutely a downside, but at this point in time, I really feel like Protoss players don't give too many shits whether they get the natural or their 2nd base at the 3rd. It's obviously not worth the mind game plays I just described earlier. For Clem. Or I forgot because of the whole custom lobby debacle. Little factory opener off of 1 gas, but it's because you're going into Hellions, which don't cost any more gas, right? So this can be tricky. You know, if the Protoss player does scout, hey, you're not getting a 2nd gas very quickly at a time which you would usually get for like a 1-1-1, they can say that you're gonna you know, go barracks. And that would be false. Suddenly a Hellion show up, you weren't expecting it. That could be problematic. So the Adept does scout before the Hellions pop, so it should be able to leave as well. I guess technically this... I don't think the timing would work out. I was like, can it be Widow Mines? And then, you know, it wouldn't be a starport very fast because he knew the gas was delayed. The starport is around. Just built in proxy. So, it could technically Widow Mines. It'd be weird. Hellions, a little more likely and scouted. What is concerning for Clem is that this isn't a medevac prepared to lift those Hellions. It is a Liberator. So if he's thinking I'm distracting kind of the main part of the army anyway, he's not quite correct. I'm surprised he's continuing to engage. Not usual for the Terran to grab 2 more and then 2 more Hellions on top of that. So that might have been a surprise to Clem, but again, this Liberator. Shield battery won't save you. Very quick reaction, though. Only 2 probes go down. Stalkers found the starport, too. Forces that to lift off. If it's ever found, sometimes Terran players get a little cheeky and build a second unit. Not this time. Overall, kind of an awkward opener, I suppose, for Clem. But not exactly seamless for Bjorn, who did High Ground Command Center for safety. Hellions are looking for a lot more damage. This is going to be a lot more damage. Oh, no. Oh, no. The last one? Last one. 14 probes go down. Liberator lives for another day. That was pain. The probes will go down, because he's waiting for the Stalker warp in, and this is when you just watch someone tilt and quit a ladder game, I swear to God. If this was me, I would just been like, oh, okay, I'm dead. But Clem's not going to give up. It is his last life in this tournament. He showed how well he can try and bring a game back last game. So he's going to try and do it again, and well... I think this happened earlier than last game, didn't it? So it wasn't 26 probes, it was 16, well, 18 in total. It happened earlier, so it might be roughly the same amount of economic damage. 2 bunkers are up. Bjorn knew the one downside to this was that he just sacrificed all of his units. Hellions are gone, not very helpful as the game goes on anyway. Liberator gone. Yeah, he needs to be careful not to die to the one power spike that Clem has. As you can see, Army Supply benefiting Clem right now. He's rebuilding his probe, getting charged, getting to Dark Templars as well. Now, the Dark Templar, the Dark Shrine itself does unlock an upgrade for Stalkers, but I think this is very much a, oh shit, Dark Templar. That said, like, there really has been a lot of Protoss games on this mod where there's been a big emphasis on the Blink Stalker upgrades. What do they get, a shield and then something else? That was not great. That was not good. That was 4 Stalkers killed, 5. Ay. Yeah, some workers did go down. Starport destroyed, so he had to rebuild another one too. See if the DTs can do work. No third base, just a lot of gateways, so I think we're going to see some type of bust, potentially. That will be interesting. Alright, so also when the DT is scanned, if it's attacked, it'll remain uncloaked for a couple of seconds, even if, like, the scan dissipated. DT Blink is on the way. No, War Prism's being focus fired. Nope. Missile turrets are being built. A lot of these Marauders are one-shot, or even friendly fire one-shot. So need to be a little careful. Medivacs are on the way now, and as long as we don't see a massive collapse. And Medivacs are out. Medivacs are pretty good. Clem, yeah, man, he spent so much money building his gateways before he built his Nexus, though. That's why I thought for sure he was going to have some type of bust. I wasn't a believer in it, to be clear. I didn't think it was going to work. But I think more ideally getting the Nexus, then those gateways. But either way. Very tough position for Clem. He's going to have to hold on and building probes to actually saturate this base anyway. It's going to be out upgraded, but these DTs, they got Blink. Maybe. DT Blink can save the day. They're setting up for a surround as well. This could be it. Zealots and DTs on top of this army. Tanks will get one shot. But that is going to be it. Bjorn just says, "Flip that," and then leaves. Given the opportunity without a number of Stalkers to really chase this down. Now Clem can go back into building probes. So it turns out that order gateways then Nexus works out pretty damn well. And Bjorn is not going to find an easy opponent, even though he did so much early game damage. Now, again, just like the Storms, DTs will also really fall off when EMPs come into effect. They'll be detected and they will lose their shields, but now's their time to shine. Clem actually starting to win this game a little bit. He's up in army supply, he's up in probes. Where did it all go wrong? I guess Bjorn just shouldn't have attacked at all. If he had scanned the natural, he might have seen that the third was still not done and there was no probes ready to mine and decided not to attack. Instead, wait for ghosts. But I don't blame him for attacking at all. That's a zig. No. Get back in there. Get back on camera. Earn your meal. I did it again. Made the wrong mod. What are you cats useful for? Love and attention and companionship? No. Paolo's still being cute. He loves. Keeping mice out of the granary. Yes, the granary we have. We did have a mouse problem for a week, if some of you were around for the stream. At that point, there was, Oh, that sucks. There's times where I was on stream and you would just hear me go, ah! Because a mouse ran over my foot and the cat was chasing it. Do I need to rehost for one? You know how many times they rehost for when Roddy isn't a part of the stream? Every time. Now, Roddy does get some privilege. He's the one that's putting this on. But I think it's funny that he says that. This time around, Bjorn is not going to go for an engineering pay block. When you do have the Protoss take their third as their natural, there's one very obvious thing that's, well, I guess there's one downside. There's actually two. You know, the probes take longer to get to the minerals, but the other one is, of course, that they can't wall in the same way that they can wall and protect their bases. So, theoretically, you know, Bjorn does the exact same opener for game 2. His Hellions have far less chance to do any damage whatsoever, because Clem could respond with a full wall. So I don't think Bjorn's going to go for a harassment-heavy opener. He might just do a good old-fashioned with a mind drop. Is there really zero communication, or are people exaggerating? Have you been talked to in the last 3 weeks? I have another problem with people being like, the real problem with the patch is the lack of communication. And I don't disagree. It's more like, that's not there. That's par for the course. We've never had that much communication from Blizzard. Not for years and years and years, anyway. That's more my issue with when people bring that up. But there definitely isn't any communication. People, again, I don't know why they gave them the benefit of the doubt, but they were like, no, they'll keep an eye on it and they'll patch it. And when was the last time they said that? 3 weeks ago, was it? 4 weeks? How many? Apparently not happening. Beyond doesn't go for something cheeky, but Clem does. Little proxy Stargate action. Phoenix are different in this patch, but you don't typically go Phoenix with a proxy Stargate. I think Oracles are slightly changed as well. And that's obviously what we're actually expecting. Adepts really trying their hardest here. Make it out alive, and they got that Hellion, which doesn't usually do much, but it can be a nuisance. So the Oracle is a little cheaper by 25. It has a much longer stasis ward duration. And the stasis ward doesn't act as a force field anymore. Uh-oh. Oh, God. Beyond did not lose the game here, but not the situation you want to find yourself in. He had no idea about the proxy Oracle, of course, and he is handling it as well as he can after that jump. The fact that there was 3 Adepts alongside the Oracle is very scary. 5 SCVs go down. Little delay in the supply depot. And we are getting at least 1 Phoenix. I mean, he might actually go... It's not that you can't. You just don't typically do so. You can try and fit 5 Phoenix before they move out and do anything about it. There's 2 Oracles in play. The Stasis Trap used to last a very long time. So this mod Stasis Trap is kind of just what it used to be. Oh, well, that's a dead Oracle. Kind of a strong response. You could say... Oh, wait. That Viking is so lazy. Sorry, so it could be looked at as kind of a strong response. Get both the Cyclone and a Viking against 2 Oracles, but... I would like it if it had killed the damn thing. It was just 1 Phoenix. Sure, that can tank a shot, that can lift a Cyclone. Probably the best use out of it, really. He might have thought that was dead, yeah. You know, looked away, so he didn't see the lack of experience points pop up. You don't typically check your unit kills on a Viking, you just kind of assume. Third Nexus popping up for Clem. Beyond is in some trouble. 7 SCVs have gone down. They're very little. Clem now close to finding a medevac. Blink's not done. But seeing the Stalkers on the prowl is not a good feeling for Beyond, who could be under attack. I mean, the Robo hasn't been made with everything else that was dedicated to. But the Stalkers holding the natural this early means they'll never get out. I mean, I'm surprised he's going to try. I'm very surprised he's trying. Yeah, he's going to die instead. Blink still isn't done, though. Blink is still not done. Blink is still not done, so Beyond, perhaps guessing that's the case, or... just knows that he wasn't going to die right then and there. Does push forward, then siege the tanks. Liberator on the high ground is helpful. Oracle still being a bother, though. If he thought there was only 1, now he knows very much there's 2. Blink will eventually finish. There you go. There's a lift. Guarantees the 1 tank gets the 2nd. Still taking massive damage to the Liberator, is even misclicked, I think, right there. So not without some type of trade, but that's a lot of army going down. And you're still not quite on the 3 barracks production because your mining's not going so hot. Quite a medevac production. You're still very dependent on these powerful units like tanks and a Liberator. Clem isn't dedicating to an immediate follow-up. He is getting gateways now and a charge as well. Probably sees an opportunity to win this game, but he doesn't have a Robo to build a Warp Prism, and, well, just continues harassing, and Beyond's the one who taps out. Clem brings it back, and we'll go on to the finals to face Raynor for a rematch. Here's yet another cat, if you wanted to, yeah, the cat turned gray. That's how long that game took. Well, she's being nice for now. I was just reading more of the Reddit comments. Sometimes idiots are funny. Just one idiot thinks that he's Mr. Intelligent and then devolves into asking for real life pics from people he's arguing with. I'll post an upper bod pic if you do. Yes, buddy, we all care about your physique. I feel like, so the thing is, someone said, I feel like you need to go outside and meet some real people, and the response was, I'll post an upper body pic. You can be very physically fit and be incredibly unsocial. Especially if you have like a home gym, but even if you go to the gym, I mean, plenty of people go in with no intention to socialize whatsoever. In fact, I feel like, well, certainly not the stereotype, I feel like there's definitely enough people that I would legitimately be like, if someone's like, oh, I go to the gym all the time, I would either think they are very introverted or extroverted, like it's a 50-50 shot. I think Slammer's just a little special. Look at all the little gamers in a closet who end up getting into weightlifting, which is ultimately good. I'm not disparaging them, but just because you work out doesn't mean that you socialize. This is not a replay. This is just the rematch in the grand finals between these two. In the top right, it is Rainer, who won the last TDZ Best of 3 against this guy,
Game paused.
Clem. We are on the right patch. Apparently Rainer's just lagging. Okay, and they're gonna restart because of it. Alright. I think I did see that other guy. You're right. There's been some takes. You know, it's the analogies that people are bringing up for whatever bad or good opinion they have on the patch is kind of it's getting crazy. It feels like the longer it goes on, the crazier they're getting, and the more that they need to really come up with extreme analogies. Both Clem and Rainer are having some type of problem. I haven't had any. I don't know what they're referring to. In my opinion, working out is a social activity. Nah, I think there's maybe even the majority of people who go to the gym never socialize. Maybe even the majority. I know I don't. I mean, even if you're asking for a spotter or to work in, that's kind of a reach in saying it's a social activity. And a lot of people are saying everything is like communism. Bringing back the Red Scare. In America, soon someone's gonna say, like, are you a commie? And then you're gonna see some, like, government agent look up from their newspaper and, like, look at you and wait for your response. And you're gonna be like, no, sir. I'm a good old American. Bottom left, it is Rainer. Top right, it is Clem. This is technically a little bit worse for the Terran because their add-ons are now part of the wall. The only race where map spawns matter. It's the variety. Variety. The buzzword. Well, supposedly Zerg players aren't supposed to be unhappy. They're doing too well to be unhappy. And I do think they're less likely to complain, from what I've seen. I don't think that makes them better people. I think that makes their position better. But, yeah. The previous best of 3 between these two, we got long games. I mean, the first game between them was a real stomp in Rainer's favor. That was surprising. But then some super long games after, and I think this will be very similar. Mostly long games. I do feel like Rainer is favored. Rainer's just kicking butt. I also do believe right now, without very much, not a lot of knowledge, not a lot of practice on the patch, but just gut feeling, I do feel like Terran might be the least powerful in the patch, but I say that, we have 0 Protoss in the bracket, basically, so... Well, he's also Finnish, so that might have more to do with it. And then Lambo's German. I mean, how much do those guys smile? In fact, what do you... I guess Americans are some of the most smiley people, culture. Because we have a lot of expectations of smiling for some god-awful reason. Oh, that was so dangerous! I thought Raynor for sure was going to extract her trick. Oh, boy. Alright. I'm going into a 3cc. He is grabbing a second barracks, not a starport, because he never got that second gas. Oh, I guess it's coming down here, but you know, it's late. So a little 2-1-1 past third CC. Raynor did Baneling lists twice and then roaches. And I thought the roaches were at the exact wrong time, but they ended up working fine. More so, I'm just, I'm waiting for a game where I'm impressed by Banshees and the AoE spell. Hasn't happened yet. Not New Yorkers? Yeah, I mean, there's obviously, America's a very big place, but I would say generally, the expectation is that if you walk down the street, not in a city, it's true. There's way too many people in a city, but even in some cities, in some parts of the city, if you're walking down the street and you pass by someone, you're supposed to give them that awkward smile, nod thing. Or maybe a better example, actually, is that even in New York, where, yeah, maybe people are less likely to be like that, if you go to any, like, shop or restaurant, the person working always has to be very friendly, or should be. I know there's a whole thing about how, the Gen Z stare is ruining everything, but... We are going to have a little bit of a Hellbat attack. Now, it is off of 3 command centers, so it's not as early as it can be, but it is going to be combined with a 2-1-1. So, yeah, I didn't swap over the reactor. Well, swapped over, you know what I mean. Anyways, and so only 1 medevac, not 16 Marines, but a little bit of everything coming together, and hopefully Raynor doesn't anticipate this. Raynor has been going Banelingless, as I've been saying, so that would make him a little more vulnerable to something like this, but not that you would necessarily need Banelings to deal with it. What you do need is all your queens in position, ready to go, and a good number of lings. So that is what he's getting, and now we have the upgraded queen ready, Swarm Queen. And just a nice little handling here, some micro. Queens go after the armies go after the queens, that's when the lings come in, the army backs away, and you get it. These guys are pros. And Clem knows that he's not getting any easy victory from this, so he's just dancing around. Third CC on location. This is enough reinforcements, almost. Almost. Well, not to say the third. I mean, to clog the hole. Oh, nope. Keyword was almost. The tank needed to be in position 2 seconds earlier. Oh, God. Oh, God. This is like game number 1, actually. We're getting some deja vu here. Oh, that was a fresh mule! Ugh! And then the army has to completely pull back. So much like their previous game 1. I think that did a little more damage in their last series, but 12 SCVs plus pulling the army back is good shit. Prefer people to be rude? Not rude, but I mean, it depends what you mean by rude, right? Some people, like in a lot of places in Europe, I would go up to someone at a gas station, let's just say, and like I'd buy something, and they wouldn't say a damn thing to me. They'd barely even look at me, and that is just an anticipated situation that I am totally fine with. But in America, a lot of Americans would say that was exceptionally rude, and they should be fired. The worst thing that we've ever come up with is, how are you? Fine. How are you? Good. Fuck is that interaction for? 4 bases up and running clearly. Totally undisturbed because Raynor's keen timing on his Ling run buys. So he's even getting to his 5th with 81 drones now. Looking brilliant on the production tab. Clem's just chugging along, basically. Does do a little bit of a different thing and tries to bring the tank with the drop. This doesn't really... Almost never adds that much. It doesn't here. Don't get me started on chatty Uber drivers. You know, I feel like, I don't know, I don't use Uber anymore, I use Lyft. So I don't know if this is just the difference or they stopped it. But I feel like there is a phase where, whatever those services are called, ride services, I feel like they were asking, right? They were like, do you want the driver to be chatty or whatever? And then that disappeared. Or maybe I imagined it. This is still kind of a scary attack, but Raynor should have everything he needs. As long as he doesn't flub the defense and he's setting up for some type of surround. He has Baneling speed and he's going to have the Baneling regeneration upgrade. So if he decides to run in and then decides to run out and goes, oh shit, a lot of the Banelings that would usually be injured for the next fight or just straight up die will barely live. Pretty good tank positions, though. Very annoying. Raynor isn't really pushed to engage quite yet. I think now he kind of is, because his hatchery has remained untouched thus far. Now the army's getting closer. 2-2's also getting closer to finishing, so he would love to break this when he still has an upgrade lead. Wait, maybe some more Hydras, his last round of Lings. And there he goes, coming in from all different directions right here. Banelings included. Great wraparound on the Marines. Queens take care of the Liberators, or will they? Yes, they will, to help the Hydras. And Raynor's going to continue on going. He's got plenty of Ling Baneling. Yes, it is off of creep, but Clem's not quite prepared to engage. And I think this is going to be a good enough trade. Even if Clem does eventually hold, which he will. All the Banelings are gone, and Raynor is going to have to respect that. 2-2 had also kicked in towards the end of those engagements. But Raynor did all of that again on 5 bases, 89 drones. He started up his hive for that too. That's much better than Clem's position, which actually, he's gone into a full-on 8 racks. Very dedicated. 4th command center coming down late. No second factory. I don't think this is doing enough damage yet, but the 8 racks, there's always a chance. Just a little bit more than you're used to in the more macro-oriented games. Suddenly, you find yourself without Banelings and boom, you're dead. But I think Raynor's got this one under control. I'm going to try and go to the main, but there's a couple of spores there. Hive will give him Vipers. They will also give him some additional upgrades. I don't know what he's going to emphasize, but he's... doesn't have a lot of gas, I guess. He does have a decent amount of minerals. The world is kind of Raynor's oyster. Kind of. Clem does redirect his aggression. Raynor is quick to respond. Not a whole lot of creep spread up here. But his army is, I would say, good enough. Rocks get broken down, leaving those Lings all by their lonesome. Equal upgrades, but just that critical mass of Marine and a Medivacs means they win out there. Tank at least was destroyed. Clem going for a couple of attacks, actually, but Raynor is set up for this. Second factory now on the way. Command center still not landed. I don't think the 8 racks worked, but I don't think it was terrible either. I mean, this is a playable position for Clem. Is this the music bug? Okay, I think I finally noticed the music bug after the European commentators have been complaining about it. And I'm like, am I just not hearing it? I am not hearing it. So I guess I have to restart after this? Blah. Stupid patch. The only good this patch did was it included more tracks in the background music, but then it basically negates that by giving us the music bug. So, way to go. 1 step forward, 2 steps back. It could add the music. But, well, that might take too long. Because they even thought I did, and that didn't work, so... Yeah, it would take too long. Yeah, I wasn't paying attention. The bio is heavily stimmed, but Raynor is super low on Banelings. Only 2, actually, somewhere. He's gonna have to try and deal with this just with Ling Hydra, and I'm not sure that's gonna work out. This is 3-2 bio underneath Medivacs. Ling stuck behind the Hydras. That was a disaster and a half. Raynor, I think, just lost the game right then and there. A little too aggressive without the backup Banelings to fall back on. No Fungals to fall back on. Nothing. And now Clem just parade pushes to victory. It's all gone in the blink of an eye. GG's. After such delicate architecture, you know? Raynor was building the blocks to this wonderful late game so well. And it threw it all away. Well, the music's already back. I mean, do they actually have to restart every time? Have they just been doing that unnecessarily? Oh, nope. No, it's still... Yeah, the music's still bugged. So, yeah. I guess you do have to restart. We'll know for next time. Top left, surprisingly up 1. It is Clem. And the bottom right, it is Raynor. Well, I kind of want the music, so there's that. What do I need? What do I need? What do I need? A media source. I gotta find it. Ad's gonna play anyway. StarCraft Remastered. Terran 2. How's that? All right. That'll be the only song forever. So I hope you like it. I don't know how to make a playlist on this quick, so. All right, bottom right, Raynor, yeah, and Clem. I mean, it is surprising because I think Raynor was in a very good position for Zerg, but kind of a classic Zerg blunder, which the professionals mostly don't engage in. But the over aggression and then not falling back to Banelings. I mean, that's really it. Like, if there were 20 Banelings ready for Raynor's retreat, they buy enough time for more Banelings to be made, for more army to come out. They push Clem back from actually chasing out forever, right? It's so important. And Raynor knows that, but that was, I think, just he got caught up in the engagement, got caught up in the momentum, and then didn't realize how little he had behind it. I don't know if there was a larva problem either. I didn't have time to check.
Control.
I think Raynor knows that's kind of it's a bummer game because you really did have all of your Lego blocks set up. You were just putting like whatever on. You were putting the little I'm trying to think of top of a castle. Like where Rapunzel is, you know, kind of thing. I'm sure there's a word for it. But anyways, you're putting just the finishing touches on your little Lego castle, and then you yourself kind of destroyed it. Like, you kind of crushed it. Not to say that Clem didn't play a very good game, of course. I'm making this sound like Rainer blew a fantastic lead, and that's not true, but... I do think he threw a position he would not usually ever throw, as in, like, that wouldn't end the game 9 times out of 10 for Rainer. Thank you, Dave Sunon, for the raid. A tower, sure. Yeah, a tower. Bit basic, not the fancy, you know, medieval architecture word I was looking for, but... I swear, I learn some new architecture word every time people start talking about architecture, basically. Where I'm just, you know, like, murder holes, I think, have a more official name than murder holes. Or, like, the way that the things that, like, they go up and down on, like, the very top of the wall, like, those have a name. I don't know. Oh, God, it's French. Motres. Crenellations. I mean, look at this. You guys could just be giving me random words, and I'm just gonna believe you. Does it literally mean murder holes? That's funny. I don't remember enough French. Pretty quick lair coming through here. Has he always been doing that? Well, maybe because he is a banshee. He hasn't seen that it's banshees. Crenellations with the up and down things on top. There you go. I should have memorized the word for the plastic thing on the end of shoelaces, but I haven't. I'm just proud of remembering phalanges. It's obviously because of Friends, but it's also a funny word, phalanges. Third CC is gonna lift. We're going into mech off of 3CC. But I'm very happy to see no 2-star port. I was happy to see the 2-star port because it was something different and it could have been cool. It was not cool. It was not that effective. Wouldn't do it again. Do not advise. I think just some typical mech is going to look better. I think you can still go into, yeah, Banshees. I've never minded that, but I think 1-star port. And if they do end up making Corruptors against it, take that as more of a W rather than trying to counter the Corruptors, because I think that really messed up mech in general. Not that there were other problems. There were other problems in that game, but Rainer, or Clem's additional 2 factories were incredibly late in that one mech game, and then his additional 3 factories after that literally never came down. So, not great production. Not worth having 3-star ports, anyway. There's a lot of Hellions, and they feel they can push through this. Kind of in their stubbornness to push through it, though, they lose out on so much. But 3 is the magic number, so as long as you got that, it's just, you know, that wasn't quite it. As you can see, a rough, fair trade. And the droning that goes on behind it is important. Rainer's not going to over-defend with more lings. He knows there's going to be a gap that he fills, hopefully, with more queen defense anyway, having them better position. I mean, these swarm queens are literally bigger by almost twice the size. I mean, look at this. This is a little babby queen. Maybe, like, half again the size. And that makes them better defenders than Hellions. It is Cyclone Mech to begin with. See if he stays on it 5 ever. Eventually you do go into tanks. Rainer, with all those Hellions, knows that it is mech. Would figure it is battle mech. There's no hurry to get to a Roach Warren, because you don't really need it against battle mech if it's in an otherwise okay game, I would say. You do need some clever surrounds and queen help, which is exactly what Rainer sets up. Rainer's pretty good. I don't know what to tell you guys. I don't know what to tell you. Clem is not getting any victories here, but it's not like he's out of the game. Just not the pressure he wants to apply. Because this gap of Hellion Cyclone damage, and the Banshees aren't doing anything either, is so much more creep spread. The drones go up to 90. The 5th base and the 6th base get established. Technology advances while you're doing no amount of pressure to them. It just feels bad. Because it's supposed to play out kind of like Bio. It's supposed to be at least consistent pokes. And now it's, I mean, what is this? What is this? Single Cyclone? What is that? I mean, the more that he sees that it is pretty much literally just Lings. Maybe, for now, more Hellions. But Hydras have been added. Woo fam. It's a good ability to have. There's the Cyclone upgrade. The first one is the familiar one, Magfield Accelerator. The second one, I don't remember what it does. Yeah. Typhoon Missile. Hurricane Engine. Hurricane Engine. Increases its movement speed. That's right. So it kind of makes up for the... Makes them go along with the Hellions a bit better. Hydras get an upgrade. At the very least. Some of these units do have slight adjustments even without upgrades, which I'm not tracking, but... At the very least, Hydras do have an upgrade that we're not seeing as of yet, but they get additional health. Once again, taking care of these small little hit squads. But this is a hit squad. Clem has so much more of his army back at home. Fusion Core is on the way. I'm thinking for more upgrades on a battlecruiser transition. I will say, I feel like the Hive is later than I would expect. It's only just now getting the infestation, but in fact, I thought he got it and then he canceled it. And I thought he was just like repositioning it or something, but he took another minute to actually rebuild it. To max out, he's got triple upgrades here. He wants to be aggressive. He's gonna find Clem trying to guard his 3rd base, but that limits the micro ability of the Hellion Cyclone. There's no place for it to go back to, and that is it. That is game. Waiting for this one to become the main patch? No, never. I did, I think Hupsire responded to Reddit thread asking about that, and he was like, never in 1,000 years. It doesn't seem like the people working on StarCraft want to... I mean, a few things. I don't think they want to change the game that much. With all the new upgrades they'd have to figure out and balance, I guess. And I also don't think they really want to admit that 8 workers is bad. And their patch is bad. Tied up 1-1. Bottom left Clem. Bottom right Raynor. If Raynor wins this, that's it. If Clem wins, there's another best of 3. Rainer did a very, very good attack. That was the exact right thing to do, honestly. Clem might have had a chance to defend against that if he had been active with all of his army at all times. When I say that it's easy, in some scenarios, him holing up in his natural with his army waiting for it to max and get upgrades would have been the better choice. But in that scenario, I think the only way that you defend that big swarm of units is to be engaged with it. So you're constantly running back throughout the entire length of the map with Hellion Cyclone. If a gigantic army arrives on your doorstep, the Hellion Cyclone has no place to micro, and that's really all they want to do. If Clem had transferred over into tanks, I also think that he would have had a shot of winning, and maybe he should have once he decided to play a slower type of game. Hard to say. Obviously, I still think Clem knows way better than I do, but I will say that Clem isn't necessarily the go-to mech player. I feel like he would have some things to figure out by watching someone else who is more accustomed to mech. I mean, he's clearly practiced it. It's not like this is like his 5th mech game, but nonetheless, I feel like if I was watching Special, for instance, who's always played mech and always played different variations of mech, even though he's not as good as Clem, I think just overall, would be able to, you know, point out like, hey, this is where you should have transitioned, or this is where you should have noticed that that's what the Zerg is doing. Like, that obviously still happens, even if you're very, 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 very good at the game. It's not the most impressive mech, certainly, that I've seen. Maybe he's doing it just to mix things up. Maybe he's doing it because he wants to use some of these new upgrades, although those Cyclone upgrades aren't coming out very quick. I don't know. Nathanius could coach him. I don't know about that one. Nathanius' brand of mech I don't think works for this league, actually. I mean, sometimes I think it does. Like, the thing is that Special, the reason I went to Special is because, one, I think he's closer to Clem in skill. And then, two, I feel like he will do all types of mech, including something bizarre like a 2-base turtle into battlecruisers, like Nathanius would do. And he would find ways to make that work. Or at the very least, make it look cool. And then sure, like, they could, you know, they could both teach Clem how to do that, but it's a bit of it's a gimmick, you know, it's kind of a cheese. Anytime you do something like that, it's supposed to just catch the Zerg so off guard, they're confused. Tell you PCs in mod are good. I'm sure they are, but I don't know if they're good enough. Maru played BC. He was playing at Zerg. He was playing as Zerg. That's funny. I mean, the Pigfest is the live patch, right? It's not a modded one. Not that that makes a difference. I think the point stands that a BC build probably can still work, whether it's this mod or live. Like, people have really abandoned battle cruisers, and I feel like it was a little unwarranted to completely abandon them. Remember, we used to have a very common battlecruiser opener that was considered fairly safe and pretty good. And nothing really changed as far as that build exactly, but it still fell off. This is good damage for just a super low number of units. Lots of lost mining time as well. I think it fell off because Zerg players were anticipating it all the time and just dealing with it perfectly, but mixing it in, I think, could still be good. I guess the Spire did get changed, right? It builds faster, so I guess that's a nerf to battlecruiser openers. It is going to be mech again. I don't think, definitely not a case of, well, mech obviously sucks because Clem lost both games with mech. Definitely not that, but I will sit here and say I don't think the mech that we're being shown by Clem is the best mech. I think he's getting better every time he uses it, literally from today. Game 1 mech versus the last game 2 mech. And this is the third time he's doing it, and it'll probably look better than both previous times. Yeah, as long as the Hellions been paid attention to, you can't usually take out 4 of them. More factories on the way, that limited Banshee production. You already saw so many extra Hellions, you knew it was mech, but the nice additional verification in the main base. And Raynor is going to go into Roaches to help defend. He did such a fantastic job last game, though, with only Lings. I wonder if he'll really even make that many Roaches. Or maybe he'll go for an attack with the Roaches, actually. 1 Banshee fell, reducing that one-shot power on the drones. And this one's also very close to death. He hasn't replaced his gas. Ooh, yeah. Very low on the gas. Very, very low, so definitely not going to be a timing. 15 drones in total killed. This is good harassment, I would say, even though a Banshee died. Only 3 Hellions? That's none. Clem already 3 base saturated with all the gases. Scanning to kill some more creep tumors. He is still building Banshees, so going up to even number 4 here. And I just want to keep an eye on what the composition of his opponent is, and then how big of an army is being made. Because yeah, I don't think he necessarily anticipated the attack in the last game. I don't think he scanned the lack of hive. Just keeping this army actually alive, not getting it surrounded and taken off the map entirely, already bodes better for Clem in this game. Who's not getting his double armory. I assume we'll get that second Cyclone upgrade, the speed one, after the mag field. Even a Raven coming through here. I like that addition. I wonder. So Raider's grabbing an infestation pit. It could be for a fast hive. But I wonder if it's going to be for swarm hosts. He doesn't actually have that, that many drones. Not getting to a 5th base once again, just holding up on 4. We'll be getting these gases. There we go. But he played around with Swarm Host in a previous game, and it looked really good against Bjorn. Could he go for it again? Get the Locust Air upgrade. I'd say playing Swarm Host against Battle Mech might be a little sus. Talk about that in a second. Ling's trying to come on the backside but get barbecued. Roach is nonetheless getting good shots. Able to take out a decent number of units. Now it is going to be for a hive. Just some infestors to help, actually. I still wouldn't discount Swarm Host entirely. If this game goes to 20-25 minutes, then you're going to start trying to get those efficient trades. But I feel much, much better for Clem in this game. His army's alive. It's keeping the hatchery count down. It's keeping the creep spread down. It's trading. And Clem is getting all the time to take up a 4th base. I would still... I don't know. Maybe I'm hammering on too much about this, but I still would really, really like just a few tanks. I don't think it is actually necessarily in this game in which Raynor is totally holing up in his own side of his map, getting to a hive that could be seen, that be scanned. Okay, yeah, probably tanks won't do anything in this game, but I don't know, 3 tanks just always seems so helpful. In case of an oh shit, when you're running back home, tanks helping here, so good. Even if you do start to rally tanks forward, it can actually be kind of annoying for the Zerg, who don't expect it. So they're playing this like back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. And then, 3 tanks arrive. And then actually, if you go into tanks after that, that can be quite strong. His queens are stuck. Oh, these ones. Sucks for you! That's an appropriate response. Yeah. He could get a I mean, he has a lair, he has a hive. Like, he can get a drop overlord.
Game resumed.
Get a drop overlord! Rainer! Rainer! Get a drop overlord! He's not getting a drop overlord. Oh, no, they got out. Okay, fine. They finally wiggled their way out. What a nice guy Clem is to let him take that time. Fungal, chain fungal, killing a lot of cyclones. And Clem is going to be, well, I guess not totally disengaging here. He is on a lot of production, up to those 8 factories, so he's producing quite fast and rallying forward. Now that he's got both Cyclones and Hellions being fast as lightning. Rainer has been on 4 bases for some time, and we'll need to start thinking about a 5th. Hive is done, so he actually could be adding in Vipers as well, but doesn't seem to be his priority. Adding a lot of these additional upgrades. The Corrosive Bile is going to fall faster with this upgrade. The Baneling is going to live in more indecisive moments with this upgrade. No, a Parasite was emphasized, actually. Which I think can be quite tricky to get on Hylian Cyclone. You can get them on the Hellions usually pretty easily, but who cares about that? It's getting back to the Cyclones. It's usually the goal. Hey, if they're fungal, it gets a lot easier. Tanks are on the way! Yay! Yay, tanks! This is probably going to be a full-on transition. Battle Mech isn't working anymore. It's not... Its chances of working are decreasing with every new spellcaster and every new upgrade, so... I think it's just getting absolutely barbecued. As long as they make some space... Another Neural on the Cyclone is good. Guarantees the kill. Once again, triple upgrades for the Zerg as well. Hellbat Cyclone on the top side, however. This is a very undefended base. The drones have not been entirely pulled away, dying to slow Hellbats. 15 of them have gone down. But I guess Rainer is not going to have much mining anyway. Hatchery almost went down too. Yeah, he's starting to get oversaturated in some of these bases. So that's a loss he can take for now, but not too many more. Things are getting more and more desperate. Rainer's still on his side of the map. 0 harassment on Clem's side. No Nidus Worms, no Drop Overlords, no Ling Run buys. Clem has been able to do whatever he wants. He could have probably gone into Battle Cruisers. That is going to play out because I don't think this game's ending soon. This isn't going to be just a Turtle Terran going into tanks, however. This is going to be an attack, and that is going to be difficult for Rainer to hold on to. He's got some superior Ravagers. He's got all the upgrades on the... Well, almost all the upgrades on the Infestor. But is that going to be enough for when tanks arrive? He's going to take the fight. It's going to go all right, actually. Yeah, the Hellbat Cyclone wasn't so much in front of the tanks, which were kind of late to sieging. A time where Rainer being ready to go on the front of his creep really paid off. If he had, had to move his entire army from right to left, he might have been too late, not being able to take advantage of that scenario. So Clem builds tanks, loses tanks, can't explain it. No, but he decides that tanks suck because of that, and that's just rude. That's not the tank's fault. Goes back into Cyclones. Well, they also build faster and reinforce faster, so it's also a bit of a, oh shit maneuver. Roaches are about to be 1 supply, by the way, which I totally understand. And I think it's actually kind of interesting. Like, I want to experiment with 1 supply hive roaches. But I will say this. Giving them a better place in the late game is a decent idea. To give them 1 supply and no other downsides does seem much better than any Terran equivalent upgrade. Ravagers do still cost the same supply. They don't get decreased by 1, thankfully. But, yeah. We're just going to have a lot more roaches and no downside. Right now, Raynor can't afford many roaches. So that is the current biggest problem. But Raynor did just establish his 5th. Drone's back to good saturation. You're facing a mech player, though, and I feel like Clem has already taken so much of the map. I mean, he could easily take this base or this base as well, and I think he should, but... And Raynor has taken so little that I feel like it's already really, really, really bad for Raynor, even though he's close to max. He does still have mining bases. What he would really want to be at is tons of creep spread, 7 bases, and being the aggressor rather than the defender. He is managing to defend every attempt to truly put him in a chokehold. So he's not out of the game, which is concerning. Liberator's a little worse as well, because Corrosive Biles land faster, although those ones missed the second, and he was running into more tanks, a deep tank line. He's going to take care of the Zerg forces, which Raynor can remax right now, but how many times can he do that? And that's all I think Clem has really been missing from these engagements, is just an actual tank line and depth to it. Can't go much further there. Raynor starting to take a bit more of the map. If you can squeeze this one in before Clem thinks about dealing with it, that would be nice. Vipers are being produced. Scan wants to see if maybe there's a hive. For Ultras or Broodlords, that is. It's a very dangerous place for the Infestors. Very dangerous indeed. Half of them going down. The rest of them getting focus fire by the looks of it. So many Infestors just fell right there. A little bit of that tank line I was talking about means that Clem can maybe hold this position. Maybe not, but he's taken down a lot of Zerg with him. So not as good of an engagement as previous. Raynor, that might have been his last hurrah. No, he's got some Lings and Banelings running in, but there's so much infrastructure that's it's not a pleasant sight for the Zerg. Oh, look how many command centers they have. Oh, look how many factories you have. Raynor just lost almost all of his army. Down to 3 Infestors. He lost 17 in this game. Good lord. He's going to find a couple of free Cyclones. But Clem, well, he doesn't have a huge bank. He is very consistently mining, so he's still producing at a rapid rate. He has taken this bottom base. It's half gold as well. I think we're going to get another best of 3. These guys are going to be playing deep into the night. This tournament doesn't usually last that long, does it? I think it usually finishes an hour ago. We have had a lot of late game TVZs. GG's. Clem survives and sets the bracket reset. So 3 more late game TVZs for us. Roddy making sure they know that they can only play on maps they haven't played yet. It is live. Yeah, it's just not the live patch. Most, if not all, high-level StarCraft players agree that it's not a good patch. Well, they vetoed the rest of the maps they had to when we arrive at Game 1 on Fear and Faith. Top right of our 4-player map, it is Rainer. On the top left, it is Clem. There's 2 4-player maps, I believe. It doesn't seem like the most preferred maps to play on for anyone. They get vetoed out. We're not chosen, so. But suck it up, Buttercup. If the bracket resets, they don't get to play on the same 3 maps as they did previously. Rainer's cheating. He did a drone trick. Man, I was so disappointed. There is a Reddit thread about, like, I've enjoyed reading the troped Reddit subreddits. So there was one that was, like, trope, a video game, something totally unintended ends up being made into a core mechanic of the game. Yeah, something along those lines, right? So people were pointing out, like, an Apex thing. Smash did eventually get talked about, like Wave Dash or whatever that was. But there were so few older games, like the Melee one took forever and there was only like 2 comments. And there was 0 mention of StarCraft. And I was like, how dare. We're basically the OGs of that, okay? How dare. And I could have contributed, but who contributes to Reddit? I mean, those are... Who would do that? Who would post? The drone trick reminded me of that, but I think the drone trick was actually always intended to be a thing. What wasn't intended was a bunch of other shit. Like mineral walking. Something they didn't have to implement in StarCraft 2 with its new fancy engine. But it's a part of the game. I mean, I don't know if it was an unintended thing, Sean DeWolf. Like, I would imagine that was... that was purposeful enough when they designed Zerg. They were like, okay, we'll give a supply, we'll give the worker back if you cancel something. Okay, obviously they can use this to oversupply. But I don't know, maybe they never did. Maybe no programmer or like tester when they made Brood War actually did that. And then someone did on Ladder the very first day and they were like... But I think definitely what wasn't intended was mineral walking. They didn't anticipate people using workers to stack workers, mineral walking, to then use it to like defend or even attack. And then for StarCraft 2, they included the mineral walking. It is one of the easiest ways to make sure that the minerals mine the way that they should, just that workers go through each other. But then with StarCraft 2, they give us vision of the entire map to a certain degree, right? So they must have, that must have been intentional, that they knew that you would then be able to use a worker to actually pass through any unit that was trying to stop you. In Brood War, you don't have vision of the minerals. Unless you have an Overlord, and then, you know, I guess Zergs could, but... Yeah, you couldn't mineral walk a drone through, like, a Zealot. You could do some other fancy footwork to get it done, but anyway. Roach Warren coming out here for Rainer, but I am feeling, once again, the kind of just defensive Roach play. Not enough gas to really go for any type of aggression. Third CC for Clem on location. That's on location toward the Zerg player. But feels confident. He's feeling it. The Hellions are controlling the scenario here. He's good. Also, he might have seen that there is no speed. And if that is the case, then definitely take it on location. Yeah, Rainer going for a bit of a greedy build. The mineral walking was definitely left on purpose in StarCraft 2. I can almost guarantee that they could have found a way for the workers to mine efficiently enough without the transferring through them, but I thought it was a neat core mechanic of Brood War. There's a couple other things that they definitely acknowledged. They thought was good about StarCraft 1. I can't remember them right now. Is Hylians deal 9 drones worth of damage. They give up their lives for it, but I think any Terran player would be pretty happy with this trade. Especially when they don't have speedlings, so you're not worried about your third or natural being attacked. Warcraft 3 mineral walking for wood was changed. Oh, they fixed it, I guess. Is what you're saying. They had it, they let it go, and then it got so bad they had to fix it. What are some other things that they were like, we really liked this about StarCraft 1, so we put it in StarCraft 2? I'm sure I'll find out a lot more when I actually go deeper into the StarCraft 2 development. Dragoon pathing. I mean, that would be funny if they didn't make the Stalker, which I think is one of the best additions to StarCraft, actually. But if they did just go, let's just make the Dragoon again. And then they said, we also need to make sure that it really sucks at moving. Why? Because it's funny. Second factory is being built, but obviously we've been bio for a while. Lens 1-1, close to finishing, combat shields, all that good stuff. Second factory before his 4th command center, though, so big emphasis on the tank production. The irradiated Vespian geysers never fully depleting? Yeah. Which I wonder why they changed that anyway in the first place. I'm not sure they've discussed it. Which game made Blizzard have to learn Hangul? They never... I mean... It's such a weird way to put it. I think they started to add more localization after... with Warcraft 3, I believe. But I feel like... saying that StarCraft 1 prompted them to learn Korean specifically, I don't think is correct. I think that they grew as a company and realized that they could deliver more language localizations than they used to when they were a smaller company. StarCraft 1 eventually got localized with the remaster, of course, but... This is a very, very good setup for Clem, by the way. He got his 3rd on location. He's able to push from his 3rd directly towards Raynor's 4th. This is so brutal. And so I'd say I'm a little surprised Raynor took this base, but it's kind of a damn if you do, damn if you don't. If you don't take this base, you have 0 creep spread. Suddenly they're in your natural. On this choke, hell no. So you do kind of have to make your stand right here. Good old Roach Hydra. Which sometimes isn't that great, but might be good enough here. Roaches on the backside is a pretty instrumental part of this battle. The tanks were just blasting the Hydras away, and still are. Too much of a tank line for the Hydras to continue forward. They need some Lings to help out. They need some type of surround to help out. Raynor seems to be in some trouble, but his supply is steady. And Hive is almost done. Vipers would be so helpful right now. 2-2 almost done as Raynor is very far away from 2-2. He really just needs to get the Vipers. Just 2 Vipers would be so helpful. Oh, he's going to try and come in on the left side as well. That's certainly better than nothing. And if Clem loses this position, well, then his own base will also be vulnerable to some pressure. That seems to be what's happening. Hydras end up pushing on through. They don't have that additional health upgrade, but apparently they don't need it. Hydra is an independent woman. Seriously, though, they usually have something alongside them. Some Lings sprinkling forward here. Some Vipers are now being made as Raynor gets the gas to do so. Doesn't get too much time to bully Clem's infrastructure, though, as more tanks come in to help. But once those Vipers are out... oh no. There's the Hydra health upgrade, and they already looked pretty damn good. Take another base off to the bottom right. I mean, Clem... it's far away from the Zerg. It is really far away from the Terran. So, of course, Clem could go for a drop, but... oh no, I thought I delayed those ads. Oh, fuck. Womp womp. Hopefully the game doesn't end right now. Liberators are now being added in, which, you know, they're further going to abuse this choke, of course. But now they're added in as Vipers appear. They're not as scary as they were 60 seconds ago. Upgrades still obviously favoring the Terran, but I think Rainer's no longer in as dangerous a position. It's always dangerous, of course. Bio on the top side, needing actually to have a Blinding Cloud against it. It was an excellent Blinding Cloud. Hydras don't need an Abduct. Once again, just pushing through the choke in the Sim City to take out the tanks, take out the Liberators, and goddamn Hydras are good. What's happening here? I feel like the math ain't mathin'. Clem's like, this is not how this is supposed to go. Me bio, you Hydra. Well, I think Rainer's gonna win game 1 here. Damn. Now the Hydras do have the extra health, so gonna go into Lurkers. Clem, did he have any extra command centers built? No, he was not on that surplus command center phase of the game. GG's. What you doing? Apollo's having the zoomies. He's like, is it playtime? No. No. In the bottom left, it is Clem. In the top right of Blackrock, it is Rainer. They did play on this map, but in their first best of 3. The last best of 3 was the second one, actually, and this is the third one. So these guys, they got a lot of games together. And that was actually a very, very good game, I would say. Even though it went very long, it was back and forth for a long time. Importantly, Rainer struggled to get a 5th base. It is a difficult base to get on this map. And Rainer's compensated for those troubles in multiple games at this point, actually. Pretty well, but to varying degrees of success. Some he compensated and ended up winning, and some he compensated but still ended up losing. Pirtle Billy, thank you for the 85 months. You getting the full 9? Very possible. I feel like maybe this is unfair. Maybe I'm being more judgmental as a main Terran. But I feel like Rainer has more opportunities to win throughout these games. There's at least 2 games where I feel like he was supposed to win, and he didn't. So I feel like Rainer is going to win the whole thing. But obviously Clem just 2-1'd him, so we can go the other direction. And this is a good map for Clem. I don't really remember what happened in the first 5 minutes of Blackrock, but I remember the 3rd base struggling to be kept. It was actually killed at one point, still didn't end the game then. Was it a Hellion Banshee? Did this base get canceled? That sounds, maybe this was that map? something. I think that was. I think it was. I think drones died and this base was canceled. So this actually started off very poorly for Raynor last time they played on this, and he still made it a 25-minute game. Gonna take this one as his third again. We'll see if there's a Hellion Banshee. Hellion Banshee, no. Past the gas. So 3cc, 4 Clem. Could still go into Banshees. Could still go into Mech, actually, but I don't know. Mech's gotten better every game. He won the last time he played it. Right? And I could see Mech taking advantage of the chokes of this map very well. But I don't think it would punish the faraway 5th bases as well. Raynor might feel more comfortable against Mech actually going for additional bases. Even if it is quick battle Mech. There it is, the 111 follow-up. So we're just keeping an eye on what that tech lab does. There you go. Something that Raynor would also love to keep an eye on, but you only get so many opportunities to get a glimpse at your opponent as Zerg players. You poor Zerg players, we should give you a bunch of buffs. You don't have map hacks. You should get them. I'm just kidding. I don't think I've actually really ever been salty against Zerg. I've definitely been salty against Protoss. That seems to be a pretty universal experience. But even if Zerg is over... Well, okay, well, there's Broodlord Infestor. Okay, my bad. Broodlord Infestor and Swarmhost aside. I've always enjoyed facing Zerg. I've never thought that something I face was, you know, totally bullshit. And I do think the lack of potentially seeing this main base easy peasy can be somewhat made up with, you know, troop spread. Troop spread's pretty good. You're leaving? Okay, well, I'm not gonna be done by then, so. I guess so. These games have gone on forever. In fact, if Clem wins this one, it'll probably be another 20-minute game, and he goes to a game 3. This might actually be the longest Monday Night Weekly. I think maybe I wasn't there for one of the ones that went to 5 p.m. my time, which is in 30 minutes. I don't know if any of them have gone to 5:30 or 6. That's quite late. Well, Raynor once again gets an amazingly timed Ling run by. I mean, I guess Clem, you know, he could leave his Hellions at home. That would stop the aggression on Raynor's side of the map, though, and then Raynor might not do any type of Ling run by. He might just drone instead of build these Lings. So it's not so easy to say like, why aren't you taking care of these Ling run bys, dummy? But it is looking very bad, actually, now that Clem has lost 15 SCVs, denied mining at the 3rd, and he has to waste some repair money, too. Game won't end, but Clem now has to recover. Raynor's the one that gets a lot of time to do what he wants. Lots of production. On the tab here, Hydro Stand Evolution Chamber already has that +1 Carapace, getting to his 4th hatchery. Notably not this one, so he's actually double expanding 4th and 5th. So something he didn't do last time they were on this map. He kind of just holed up in his first 4 bases, this one as his 4th. I mean, that worked out well enough, but Actually reaching out to this one. Let's see how this pattern goes. I don't know what the creep spread. And Clem scouted it too. I mean, if Clem was kind of blindly going towards the right, you know, it'd be a wasted effort, but Clem went directly toward it. Raynor sent his defenses, and it looks like it'll be good enough for now. Again, no Baneling Nest, so has some extra cash in his pocket. Just needs to make sure he never is larva blocked, which I feel like he's been very good about, even though the larva works slightly differently in this patch, in this mod. Another run-by is set up. There is a tank on the low ground, but that's something the Lings could take care of. Raynor doesn't know what else is behind that. Infestation pit on the way for eventual hive. This hatchery, God, it really sucked to have to cancel. This one's just dead. Raynor responding now. The Marines aren't stimming and targeting, so I guess it'll live, but we also need something that shoots up. Well, even if he had focus fired with everything immediately, I'm not sure the hatchery would have died. Would have been close, though. And still very annoying. Raynor might not lose it, but he's not mining from it either. Taking some bad trades. Another drop comes in. They're going to head toward the main. Might get that hatchery later on. This one's mining, however, so this is not the worst if it does end up going down, as long as it's instantly replaced. Clem's 4th command center is done, yet not on location. I think he emphasized the 2nd factory again. Now the additional barracks are on the way. And it actually has not yet killed this overlord, which seems like an oversight. Oof. Looks like another 20-minute game between these two. These guys aren't exhausted. It's a big map, gonna be hard to actually get the killing move, but Raynor is now on the hunt, getting aggressive. Doesn't have too many great units, but apparently Hydras are baller. I mean, it feels like there are different Hydras in the last map. These ones have a wonderful concave, but I do believe they will lose out against the bio tank. Need something on the front line. I mean, it turns into a bit of a surround as well. I mean, good lord, but then we also have kind of a back attack over here. Who's it going better for? Raynor is going to have to disengage, and he's going to lose a handful of Hydras with that. So even though he took a temporary, well, more than temporary supply lead, he's not going to find much more than that. Clem will get maxed out again. The back and forth will continue. Raynor does have some very important upgrades and units on the way, too. Tanks get shot down before they can really get any damage done. The Marines are low on health, not a lot of medevacs. The Ling Hydra, once again, trying to win this game, and maybe Clem should not have continued being aggressive. This is not a tug of war. Raynor is just simply winning. He's remaxing so much faster, and Clem needs to hole up on the defense to have a chance to survive. He's down 60 supply. 50 of it in army, and once again, Hydra's looking quite good. Needs some form of protection. Raynor rattling across the map, very comfortable at home. He's going to have the Hydra upgrade soon. He's going to have a Juno Gland soon. If Clem can stabilize, I believe in his chance to recover. He still has 4 bases going up to 5, but I'm not sure Raynor's going to give him time to recover. 2-1 is working out just barely. Raynor with that Carapace, about to have 2-2, and the extra health. Down to the remnants of units, but that is when Marines are pretty good. Little Parasitic Bomb, take out for more of these medevac could be nice, or even an Abduct. Decides to hold on to it. Oh, he had it in the Lurker Den. Oh, Clem is not at all prepared to deal with Lurkers. No Marauders, definitely no Ghosts, no Liberators. Tank count has been reset. This might be it. Further back and forth trades with Ling Hydra. Maybe Clem could hold on against that, but Lurkers? Don't think so. Clem's going to have to, I think, just completely abandon this base if he hopes to play out the rest of this game. He did manage to finally catch this very low-health hatchery, but I don't think Raynor cares about that too much. He's looking at the end of this series. Finally go to bed. Tank's now going to get abducted, so the count's never going to get that high again. Does find some reinforcements going in an awkward direction, but cannot tackle these lurkers, which are about to have their range upgrade too. He's going to go for a very desperate maneuver, try and catch the reinforcements, try and go for somewhat of a base trade, hope that the army just runs into liberators on a high ground. I think Raynor has done it, guys. Whoops-a-daisy. But that's okay. Lurkers are here now to protect these poor little drones. Clem's main base is getting hit. Oh, so many SCVs. Oh, so many SCVs. I do think the Hydras will die. And then maybe the Lurkers will too. But 100 supply difference. Can Clem win this army? I don't... Can Clem win? 10 army supply down? 20 army supply down? Maybe? Raynor's not exactly rich. He's losing drones. He's running out of minerals to mine from. He's been the problem here. He's coming in 1 unit at a time, which is very inefficient. Vipers could be destroyed. They get a couple parasitic bombs to help out. Queen's transfusing, trying to win this game. Ensure the victory. I mean, I feel like it's been Raynor for a while, but he didn't have a super big bank. That 5th base never actually got to mining. And if you can start to distract the Zerg and find these lurkers all alone, you can start to take them out. He still has all of his orbitals, so scans are still available. 1 lurker at a time getting killed here. Raynor is rebuilding. He's about to be back up to 8, however. And while Clem's 3-3 army looked promising for a moment, I think as things calm down, and inevitably favors the Zerg. Like, eventually Raynor will get another high-tech army that Clem cannot tackle. Although these are not great uses of the lurkers, these last 6 that have died. And then maybe Raynor takes this as a 5th instead. Yeah, he's gonna double expand, actually. I can see why Clem isn't giving up. He just had a series of successes. Add 1 more as he gets a kill, not a cancel. I saw an Overlord? Drop Overlord? Okay. Alright, let's see what that does. Lurkers in the main, perhaps. Raynor just giving up on that right side base. No, he's going to triple expand, because he's also taking this one. Clem has given up on getting his 4th back. Gonna just repair this command center and maybe try and... I mean, I think his best bet is to also go this direction, just because if you get this one seems more likely to grab than this one. Raynor is ahead by 100 supply, though. It was very interesting when it was a 20 arm supply difference in 3-3 bio versus Hydras, you know, but I think it's far less interesting now. Raynor just needed a 2nd. Clem needs far more than a 2nd. In comes Clem. Break the rocks, themselves an extra couple of seconds. It's cute, but... almost killed a lurker. I thought that was gonna die. But yeah, that's basically Clem's army. Clem does not want to give up, but that's... Before it was okay, I see your point, but now it's oh boy. There it is, GG's. Raynor ends up winning the overall tournament. Clem gets a bracket reset, but that's all he gets. Still gets 2nd. I have to skedaddle, so thanks for watching, everyone. A super, super long stream. Obviously no roguelike today, but we'll come back Wednesday. So I'll see you guys then. Bye-bye.